Hello. Hello, comp. Hello, cybernetics. Hello, Woopa. Welcome. How's everybody? Let's see. No sky leap needed today. Let's go daily repair. Wait, you can pick. You can. If you emote and then type the emote. March 26th daily bonus special draw. Oh, interesting. I randomly got Deadlock invite, but I don't play shooters on MOBA, so it might be interesting. I've heard that game's pretty interesting. I mean, it's made by the Dota 2 creator, and I love Dota 2, so yeah. Click. Chat, I still have not got an SSR from this, I think. I actually can't remember. Wow. Hornbird. Amazing. Anyways. Under Jared. Alright, daily repeat we did. Daily single am I doing today? Yes, the banner does not change. Click. Amazing. Into Casino. You've seen some friends play, but you don't have the... Yeah, I am horrendous at shooters. I'm horrendous at shooters. You should see me when I play Splat Team. All making noise has to carry my sorry ass. I would not be able to handle MOBA shooter. You could use your controller, but you don't think it has gyro. Did someone already got bingo? It's a bot? Oh my god. How about me? How's it going? It's going well. Bit busy at the moment, behind on things I wanted to work on, which is always frustrating, but yeah. You didn't win any chips. Amazing. Alright, that's done. Into the co-op mission, stage 3 hard. Wait, why did I do that? That one's done. Gleaming stones. There we go. That's done. Into the showdown. The rest of our skips too. Let's do all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, I actually don't need Lyria. In these parties. Thank you for the follow. I just noticed something. Why does this say question mark? I guess it's because it's this new one, huh? So many skips. So I've recently gone into Deadlock after never playing keyboard and mouse games. Sounds like we're having a good time with it. How many hours until the anniversary stream? I recommend going onto the front page of the wiki. And then it'll say that. So go here. And then on that front page, you'll always be able to find it. 32 hours and 44 minutes from now. Hello, Fatalis. Some of the designs look very attractive. Valve is a good dev, so I doubt it would be a waste of time, yeah. Easily the hardest game I've ever gotten into. I got master rank in another MOBA. I played 3 fighting games, but Deadlock is just a different beast. Yeah, like, if I know anything about Ice Frog, who's the lead dev behind Deadlock, yeah, it's gonna be like that. But it makes it so that there's so much depth in the game, which I personally love, at least in the case of Dota. Is there a bingo for Annie? Yeah, we made a bingo. I'll share it tomorrow. I'll share that all tomorrow. The movement is so open, which is fun to fly around, but rough to try and aim at people. Rage, you can brave the difficulty. You play fighting games too, but you're an intermediate player. Get sacked in brackets and such. I know why try. Why try? What's your league start? Poison Holy Relic. Any characters you want to see in Versus Season 3? I would like to see... I want to see another sort of like magic, quote-unquote, user. And an Evoker, so Lobelia, I guess, would be one. But that's someone I want to see in Relink as well. Similar sentiments with Frau. I think Devil Hands could be very cool. Siete's been long awaiting a character, so I'd like Siete to get something. And then outside of that, even though I would like another dragon, it might be cool to have more representation across other things. So maybe like, I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anybody cool that would fit well for Versus in the Accordance. So maybe not that one. So who else would we have? Not sure, but either way, those are my first ones. I want to see Iwia. That would be funny to see, but it would probably just be a gimmick character, right? As a fan of Dota, since Warcraft 3 and hearing Ice Frog is one of the devs, I expect great things from Deadlock. Something tells me industry plant Raziel is making it in. You want Eliza Gwyn? If I pick up a non-6 link early, I think I'm just gonna... I think I can get it at a good price, but yeah, the new supports are gonna make Diala's expensive. You can be original this league and start an iShot character like it did the 9 previous leagues. I really want Frau, but Galleon's kit's everything I imagine for her. I guess some of the hand stuff, yeah. You know what? You are right. That being said, Frau would be definitely more like punchy, I think. Tyra is a quirky pick. Oh, big dino on the screen. I personally don't care for Eliza at all. I think Frau's just the much more interesting pick, and if we just want someone punchy as a female character, I think there's others as well, like Fiorito, who are a bit more relevant in my opinion. Oh come on, Raziel got an ult almost 2 years ago, or do we count skins too? Is that in response to industry plant Raziel? Let's not pretend that Raziel has definitely gotten preferential treatment. Like, that is core, that is denial at its core. We're just, I love Raziel, but Raziel has 100% gotten preferential treatment. So the industry plant, the Nepo baby accusations, they're like, they're definitely not unfounded. Yes, Matamel would be cool. I agree. Actually, I forgot about Matamel. I think Matamel would make for an interesting playstyle too. Like, there's nothing wrong with a popular character being popular, by the way. It's just people pointing out that they're popular, really. I think we're getting a second Evoker. We're getting CT 100% after that. You have no idea, just hopes. Do we count Vicky? Vicky 100%. Do I count Sandy? To a degree, yes, but at least Sandy's was, from my memory, spread out across time. More spread out across time. Same with like Naru and Zeta and things like that. They're definitely popular characters, undoubtedly. But the speed at which Raziel gets things is... Well, it is nuts. It was nuts. I thought Raziel's like the one and only industry plant of GBF. I mean, this is how I interpret the thing. But by the way, no, when anybody says this, they're not being serious. It's just a meme way to describe Raziel. Like terms like nepo baby, industry plant, like yeah, you don't need to take them seriously. A 6? There's a reason 6 is part of the main crew. Yes, 6 is popular. Your favorite industry plant genre? You really like 6. I like 6 when he's less the shy, skittish mask off 6. Which he hasn't been in a while, to be fair. I feel like. At least in the main story quest. I think they've done it like maybe once. I can't remember. Relink DLC, id? Perhaps. How would they differentiate id from Siegfried though? Or just because they use a sword? A big sword? When you say the same thing about a bunch of other characters currently in the game? I'm not fully familiar with fighting games, so maybe it is hard to differentiate big sword characters from each other, but I don't know, we have like 3 gun characters now. Is it 2? I don't know. Either way, I feel like there'd be plenty of ways. Both have dragon stuff. These dragon stuff is not like its dragon at all, though. Only character I don't think they could make different is if they wanted to add Essa with Ilsa already in. Even Ilsa, though, has like her bullet mechanics from Granblue. Like, Essa doesn't do any of that stuff. I mean, like, I guess a follow-up question here. What's Arxis's game with the biggest character roster, chat? And then, question there, are many of the characters quote-unquote similar? Or do they all have, like, unique aspects about them? BB tag or strive? Dragon Ball Fighters. What was the question? The question was, what is Arxis's game with the biggest character roster? And in that game, are they characters that you guys would say like are too similar that they shouldn't have been a separate character? Because I would imagine that even though Granblue's roster at the moment is quite big, that it doesn't reach the levels of other games that I know of. And I'd imagine that, like, even if a character uses a sword and they have a big sword, that Arxis can probably make them feel very different. Dragon Ball Fighters has that problem, okay. Not including Fighters, because I think Fighters is maybe the exception to this rule because of how many of the same character there is. I think Strive is pretty diverse. Blades Blue has the most unique fighters. Dun, 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 dun. With GG and BB, they've had multiple games over a decade or more to flesh out their character. Do you think we'll get another anniversary related grant? As of right now, I want to see part 3, but currently the only real one are like Octavia and the Astrals, right? But the Astrals are all copies or whatever you want to call them, right? They're made from the husks, which makes me think that it's not the Astrals, which only really leaves Octavia and Chiyu because they're the only quote-unquote real ones there, right? Octavia feels more like a Grand than Chiyu, but we have also just got Volfric Grand. We've got an announced Leisha style change. And Octavia, there's no guarantee that she's wind, but they did use the wind portrait effects in the story, making me think that she's wind. And I think it's incredibly unlikely that we get another wind thing, which leads me to think that either she's a rerun Grand, like as in like when the event reruns next year, we get the Grand with her then, or she's either a different element, or we just don't have another Grand. Unless there's someone introduced in part 3. Or someone who seems more likely in part 3. Because currently it just feels like Astral's Octavia. Well, Violet Knight just fucked off. I don't think Violet Knight is even in the running. Scarlet Knight, I don't think is relevant enough for them to put out as a Grand. Yes, he had his moment, but it was a relatively like side character moment, you know? My hope is that she's somehow water and gun and plays with SA also. That'd be cool. I wouldn't mind that. What about Proculus? Once again, he's an Astral Husk who is pretty much, from the way the story is going, he will disappear by the end of the story. Boom, 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 boom. You think it's hard in versus? The other ones are like tags and stuff, I see. In the case of Sieg's Dragon buff, it doesn't change his moveset entirely, unlike what Id's transformation would do, yeah. It could make him more like Vera's install. I feel like based on how he plays in Relink, it would be more like Sori's install. And the Peroro. Peroro, who do you think we get a story Grand? And if so, who? In the next part of the event. What do you guys think? The rest of chat. So I haven't done story yet. I was busy with exams. What the hell? Hopefully your exams went well. Hirotis. Yeah, no, I don't know about that one. I'm not a believer of that one. You think Astrals, but one that's unveiled in part 3? I think any Astral unveiled in part 3 is going to be a villain. I'll be real. Like currently they've teased Bubs, Lucy, and Astaroth. And those feel more like villains than Grands to me. I hope GK gets a 5-star cap. Violet Knight, says Nico. I'm not a Violet Knight believer, not at the moment. I think it's so funny that he just showed up to be Daridara's dad and then just fucked off. I think it's still one of the funniest parts of the event so far. What if the Annie Grant ends up something related to MSQ rather than the event? Has that happened before? So you mean like something happens in the Annie event that needs to be continued in the main story quest? Is that what you're saying? I don't think they would do that. And the simple reason is that if you miss the Annie event, then you're just missing a chunk of the story. And as a writer, I would just not want to do that. That seems like a recipe for disaster and a very silly choice. Like, this is happening after the events of the part 1 of the new main story quest arc. But currently, to me, it's pretty clear that this is being written in a way where if you don't know this, it won't impact your enjoyment of Arc 2 in the main story. Like, it's pretty separate. Rather something related to part 1 that, and I don't fully understand. Could I get an example? You don't have to make it a believable example. Just give me an example so I can understand what you're trying to say. When is news? Tomorrow. Front page of the wiki. Front page of the wiki to see when the countdown, I'd like to see a countdown until the live stream. That was the example. I just misspelled her name. Rather something related to main story part 1 that ended around Vesusia release, so like Rel Estelucia. Oh, I misunderstood your initial thing. Okay. You're just saying, what if it's a main story quest related grant? I mean, it could be. I don't know if it is quote unquote happened during an anniversary event before. You'd have to go back and see, but yeah. Yeah, no, sorry, I misunderstood your first thing. Hello, Pew Pew. Click the bell to get a notification when streamer goes live for tomorrow's live stream. Yes. I'm really bad at that, by the way. I assume it actually helps a lot, which is why pretty much every YouTuber does it, right? But it feels so dumb saying it. I mean, no, it's less that I feel dumb. It's just that I forget. Honestly. Rel's taking a first vacation over. I mean, funnily enough, I think that next time we see Rel, it's just going to be some random place like that. Like, we're out in August having a nice time, and then Rel just pops up out of nowhere. She's like, oh, hey guys. It helps, yeah. Straight to swimsuit like Horace, yeah. I mean, see, that's another possibility this year too, because March Flash does have summer characters. So we might see summer versions of characters that are part of the Anni event who are also part of main story quest, because those two are related now. A top contender I personally see is someone like 6. Right? Like Summer 6. I could see that. Yukata, there is a Yukata skin. But yeah, when I say summer, it pretty much encompasses Yukata, because they're from the same season. Summer Enid on your Anni bingo list? No. We decided I need to go back and farm Bum's Belly of Fire. I just want to talk to them. Formal Osiris. Capcom released a new quiz. Monster Hunter Stories 3. Monsty Personality Quiz. What is this game again? Next week. There's so many games. There's also fucking Crimson Desert, which looks good, that I want to play. And we just started Pokopia as well. You've been saying Osiris for Halloween for the last 2 years, but you're fine with summer. Eniads are not summer exclusive. I don't think... Here's my take on Eniads. I don't think they would introduce Eniad seasonal without an accompanying event. That's the way I see it. Horus Magus were introduced with Heart of the Sun. Bennu was introduced with the holiday event, right? Or am I making that up? Actually, what was the holiday event? I think I'm fibbing. Am I fibbing, chat? I need a sanity check. Rhine, yes. Bennu, no. Oh, okay. So Bennu was out of nowhere. Okay, never mind. Ignore everything I said then. Right, it was the Leona stuff. Yes, it was the Leona event. Yeah, no, there was no Bennu there. Bro is just making shit up at this point. I got mixed up with Rhine, okay? My bad. They can do whatever they want, I guess. They can do whatever they want. Dolmanar is the funny button they keep in case they need more money. But another Oma movie. Same with Sandy. People say that. I think people have said Belial's the break in case of emergency button as well. Bennu was just in those days. Oh, that's what it was. Bennu was in the holiday cutscenes, yeah. Well, yeah, they can. It's their game. Exactly. I'm glad you understand. Hello, Enfield. New patch login reward is 3 pulls, 2 standards, 500 crystals. Is that a lot or a little? The real break in case of emergency button is surely Grand Volder. Did Hatsu put you up to this? No, I don't think so. That sounds like Hatsu propaganda. It's the emergency they want the game to end of service. Volder's strongest soldier, Grand Water Bear. Alright, type 1 if you think there's a Grand on March Flash. And type 2 if you think there's not. That's a lot of ones. Okay, follow-up question. Any Grand, yes, any Grand on March Flash. That's the first question. First question is, do you think there's any Grand on March Flash? And then here's the second follow-up question. Type 3 if you think that Grand is someone from this anniversary event. And type 4 if you think it's an unrelated Grand character. I.e. Bea would be an unrelated Grand character, whereas Octavia would be a related Grand character. Three, 344, 344, 67. Okay. 233. 3. It should be. There is no should. Get the thought of should out of your mind. Naki says 4. I mean, we got Feeny in 24 and Basara in 25. The last time we said should, people were farming the wrong element for Guild War. Maki says 3. Maki said both 4 and 3. What the hell? How often is there a Grand on April Leg or Flash? Let's have a look. Look. Here we go. So this is banners throughout history. April Grand. There has been one April Grand or two April Grands since 2020, and they were 2020 and 2021, being Rhine and Naru. Let's just filter by Grands. Cool. So there's our Grands. So yes, quite recently, we have had Grands on both banners, meaning February Legend and March Flash. So recently we have. The last time they skipped was 2022. And then in 2021, they did no Grands at all across these banners. So last year we had unrelated Grand, related Grand. 2024 we had two related Grands. 23 we had two related Grands. 22 just had a permanent character related and a related Grand. 2021 only had permanents. And 2020 had related Grands. I think it's Water Grand non-bait. I think it's Water Grand bait. Alright, who's the Water Grand? I do think Water gets something before Guild War. I just don't know if it's a Grand or if it's a seasonal, because seasonals are on the board too, right? It could be seasonals here or seasonals here. Violet Knight. I'm personally not a Violet Knight believer. Would they do anything special for Steam release? No. Steam release is just going to be you can log into the game on Steam. That's really all it's going to be. We have no hard confirmation on that, but I struggle to think why it wouldn't just be that. I think it's Water, which is why Octavia is in. I am on the Octavia on rerun boat. That's what I'm on. That's what I think. I think Octavia on rerun. I don't think we get Octavia this year. Look, if we get Water Octavia, I'll be happy. But I'm thinking it's rerun Octavia. What page is this on the wiki here? Stop with I think, assert your dominance. What do you want me to say then? I predict. What about the bait and switch? We get Water Summer Octavia before normal Green Knight Octavia. Maybe. Is that what your English pamphlet told you to say? What if we get Mika instead? So my thoughts on the Astrals is that pretty much all of them except Chiyu is they're copies. They don't actually exist. As in, like, they're not the real Astral. They're either dead or they're just a copy. So if we do get them, it might be Fantasy Mika or something. I don't know. I can see it, and I would love to see Mika. I think her design was really cool too. But I think the fact that they're Astral and the fact that they don't actually, technically it's their real selves, makes it less likely. That's what I think. Hello, Foskett. Sly Games hates Astrals. There's no way. Yeah, there's a couple things going on here, which is, number one, we've never had a playable Astral. Ever. So that they have that working against. Mika has that working against them. Secondly, this is a quote-unquote fantasy or fake version of Mika, which is also a rare type of character to exist. And those two things combined, I think, make it less likely. Yeah, to be honest, I think it's the fact that it's not their real selves. Wait, are you saying more? You're saying more likely to not happen, right? Or more likely to happen? What if it's just somebody not related? I mean, that's what we're discussing, really. And I think chat sort of split on whether March Flash will be someone related or not. Oh, you reckon that makes them more likely to be playable? The fact that they don't exist? You reckon they'll... Okay, let's pretend this Mika makes it to playable. Would she have fantasy tag in that case? Well, Astral would be too powerful. They just release a nerfed version with a weakness. Oh, so for story purposes, she's a little weaker. Eh, no. I disagree, I think. Because I think you can make that argument for like Primal Beasts as well. I think you can make that argument for a lot of different things. At the end of the day, I think their story power or relevance doesn't play into how strong they are as a character. Right? Otherwise, otherwise the dragons would be way fucking stronger than they currently are. Regular Joe Schmoes, like, I don't know. Who's a regular Joe Schmo that's very, very strong? And you get the idea, right? Volta's an awful example. Yeah, I do think Astrals become playable at some point, by the way. This is not me saying Astrals will never become playable. I think they become playable. I'm just thinking about when. And to be honest, when, like, now is not a bad time to introduce them. Are they revived from cores, like primals? I'm very lost on most of this event's lore. No, not cores, but basically the antagonists of this story have a way of not even reviving, it's like recreating an astral based on dormant astral power left by astrals that have died, essentially. And if they collect enough of this, they can create other powerful beings. So currently pretty much how the event is going, right? Well, there's these things called astral husks, right? Astral husks. And what these things do is these things can... These things gather astral energy from dead astrals to recreate astral, right? That's basically what they do. And these astrals are like astrals that have existed in history. That's basically what's happening, right? And then the thing from this is that the stronger the astral, more energy is needed. So this is the essential plot point, right? This is basically the thing. But Chiyu didn't die. Yes, you can recreate any astral. No, the power is from dead astrals, but you don't need to necessarily copy a dead astral. You can copy any astral. This isn't saying you can only copy dead astrals. So that's what's going on there. Currently, they've copied the astrals that are... I'm not going to do more for this. They've copied astrals that were in charge of the Skydoms and working with the Luminary Knights. But the ultimate plan was to get them to die, which is why they were sending them off one by one to get picked off on purpose, so that they can gather the energy from those ones to recreate, and their ultimate goal currently is to revive Lucilius, Bubs, and Astaroth. So that's the big plot point at the moment. Like a Holy Grail War. Is that a Fate reference? I don't know Fate, so. They released Sario before Dark One, Metera before Wind, Baija before Earth. Surely we're getting Water Grand next, right? I think we get a water-related thing before Guild War, yes. Whether that's a Grand or a Seasonal or both. We'll have to see. But I definitely think there's at least one of those things. At least one. Does far 0 imply far +1? That's a -2. Onoskelis is possible because she's not physically an Astral at the moment. Is that the case for everybody revived, by the way? Or is it just Onoskelis? They only mentioned Onoskelis needing food. But I don't know if the other revived ones also need food or whatever. I would imagine so. Did they announce Grand Ambassador during Anni Fest? Anniversary live stream? Yes. Anniversary is not an in-person event, so there is no fizz. But yes. So tomorrow we likely find out the Grand, by the way. Surely Onoskelis has plot relevance. What country did Onoskelis, or what knight was Onoskelis affiliated with again? Golden Knight, okay. Holy double sword. Earn damage. What about Gay Boy Proculus? I'm almost certain Proculus is fading away at the end of this event. I'd be very surprised if Proculus makes it out of this somehow. Pretty sure he's just gonna become the same, or have the same fate as Lilith. Just read a tweet from a person that they have nothing good to say about the anniversary event and will retire because of its edge. Yeah, oh well. Some people don't like the event. Happens. It's a story, right? How much you care about the story really depends. Some people really hated romance. I didn't really mind romance. I think some people in my Discord are not very happy about this current event as well, and I cannot echo their sentiments personally. I'm enjoying this event a lot. That's not to say it's perfect or anything. There are definitely criticisms, and sometimes I think things happen very quickly in almost an amusing fashion. Like, I don't think I should be laughing as hard about Violet Knight, but I find those amusing and not things where I'm like, I'm mad that this happened in this event, you know? Quickly is better than needlessly drawn out, yes. I do think, since the Annie event is already split into 3 parts, I think they could do with making it maybe like 1 chapter longer each part or something like that. But having a long event is not necessarily a good thing, because the longer it is, the less people will pay attention and more people will skip because they just don't have time or don't have the attention span or whatever. So for people who gobble up lore and just want all that stuff, obviously it's worse for them, but yeah, I think for anniversary event they can do that and it would be okay. Mostly because it is split into 3 different parts. But ultimately, I do agree with you, Cap, which is that them just getting it over with and giving me the point is better than just drawing it out over a nonsensical period of time. Which is, I think, some people's problem with romance, right? Is that the important stuff was very short, and then a lot of the slice of life and character interaction stuff was very long. So yeah, I guess there just needs to be a better balance for people who are critical of both events. I did think it was fun. Yeah, like knocking up a Leicester like super quick was definitely a little amusing, right? It was sort of like, oh, that happened fast. But also when we have like the Mika scene, I don't think anybody complains about the Mika scene, right? Mika versus Baragona. That was like one of the best things they've ever done in story events. So it seems like more of the budget went to that scene, which I'm okay with. I think the plot is GB moves. I think the plot is GB. What does that mean? Sorry. Xenon. Do you think Astral husks could be used for the egg? Which egg? Do you think we need one side vent to happen before a setup? Oh, we need one more side event to happen before a setup. For this one, I mean, was that not the main story quest? But I guess, like... See, this is tricky. See, this is tricky because you create a situation where you need to read 2 events in that case. Like, yes, the main story quest was tangentially related, but ultimately you don't really need it. It's nice if you do know it, but it's not critical information. But by setting up a sequel of events, it makes it hard for people who've missed one to join in on the other. And I think for an anniversary event, they really don't want a situation where you join in and you're just lost because you need to know the previous events. Like, sequels lose retention, like across any sort of medium. Like, it's just the fact of things, because if you miss one, you're more inclined to not read the second one unless you've read the first one, right? In fact, even for an event like this, people who hadn't read the main story quest were trying to avoid reading this one because they know what happens after it. I thought What Makes the Sky Blue was good, even though they are sequels. Yes, it was good, but we have no idea on the numbers behind the scenes, right? And this also doesn't take away from the fact that the team is trying something new here as well. Whether that new thing works out or not, we don't really know. Yeah, Home Sweet Moon was also the end of a big sequence of events. What Makes the Sky Blue were not directly chained though, correct? No, but like I think not calling them sequels is not correct. If that's what we're trying to say. Yes, they don't directly link into one another from memory. But that being said, I would never recommend someone read What Makes the Sky Blue 2 before What Makes the Sky Blue 1. Nobody would say that, right? Accordance Part 3 was really hyped for a lot of us, but Part 1 was 4 years ago at this point. Half of the chat wasn't even playing back then. Yeah. Unless they completely change how accessible these stories are, or they're really good about running reruns, or even run like a story event like during it or something like that, I think like that's part of the reason why they don't want to do sequels into the main story event. Because like so far they've been pretty much just doing sequels, right? This was the start of a big arc that ended up being really popular. By the way, this they had no plans for this to be a sequel or a trilogy, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we read in interviews that this was never intended to be a trilogy. It's just that it was so popular that they ended up making sequels. So that's this. This was relatively standalone, as far as I know. This was not standalone. It was the end of a big chain of events. And then this is also relatively standalone, right? Yeah, it's most like it happens after some of these events, but it's still relatively standalone. And Anni, I would say, is it definitely follows. We need to fucking change this. It's not this. It follows the Nectar event, right? It definitely follows the Nectar event, but it is also at the end of the day relatively standalone. So they've like sort of been shifting to like a standalone thing since like here, right? Events that don't need direct knowledge of the events that came before. Like these ones, you need direct knowledge. I would argue that this one, you also need direct knowledge. These ones, you don't really need that direct knowledge. Most of the stuff was built off info from main story quest. Yeah, and I would say like that's a very small part of it as well, right? Like it's mostly, hey, why is that blue person here? Like that's about it. The rest of it's just like, oh, there's a group that's called the Luminary Knights and one of them is retiring. That's the story premise. What do you even set up in this event if you did? Yeah. Maybe just some of the tent side lore of like the Luminary Knights or setting up the scientists who are working on this thing, you know. But yeah, ultimately I agree. I think just more what would have been nice is if the event was a little bit longer, a chapter or so in each part, just to flesh out some of these things just a tiny bit more. But like those are my criticisms, right? Ultimately, and it doesn't really change the fact that I'm very much enjoying this event. I appreciate the fleshing out of anniversary stories through the free unit fate episodes like Siete and Lyria, but it's not a fix to the overarching problem, yeah. And also, it is mentioned in related characters' fate episodes too. Like for example, Volfred's fate episode, like they're not even showing us or giving us access to it because they said it spoils this event. So it would be happening after the events of this anniversary, right? So things to know there. The second invasion is entirely over in like one main story quest update. I hope the first arc has a lot of baggage attached, right? It's been running for 12 years. It's hard for it not to. So I hope this new arc gives them, and the fact that they've committed to consistent updates gives them a good schedule to plan around to their like storytelling and things like that. That's what I'm hoping. Because yes, while I did enjoy Arc 1, it was definitely held back by the fact that it's been running for 12 years with very inconsistent updates. And you could tell that the team or the writers or whatever just sort of wanted it done at this point so that they're not held back by it anymore. Releasing on Steam shows that we aren't getting a GBF2 at least anytime soon. I don't think GBF2 was on my bingo list anywhere, and not even something I consider. I think GBF2, let's pretend a world where GBF2 releases, I think it will go down exactly the same as MapleStory 2, or at least what I know of MapleStory 2. They rebooted Shadowburst, but that one barely had any players. I'm surprised how little they've promoted the Steam client. I don't think that's true, actually. They've been tweeting about it a fair amount. They probably have a bunch of sponsored streamers lined up for it, I'd imagine. Actually, maybe because it's outside of Japan, they wouldn't. I'm not sure. But at the very least, they are promoting it. I think maybe it's less promotion than usual just because it is outside Japan only. I wonder if they have to give out some incentive to entice new players to try it out. I think Steam release and roulette is already a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think there needs to be anything more. And I don't think they would do anything more because the rest of the player base probably doesn't get it. At most, I think like, hey, here's 3,000 crystals to celebrate the Steam release for everybody, right? That's what I can see. Like, I think there is, by the way, I think there's this, I saw a popular GBF tweet yesterday or the day before or something, and it was essentially mocking the Cygames tweet promoting the Steam client, right? And it basically was saying, hey, nobody wants this because we can't log in with our accounts. But I think those tweets are completely missing the point, where so many new players are just waiting for that release so that they can play the game, because they don't want to play with browser. They don't know they can play on browser or whatever, right? I think the fact that there are so many people who don't know how to access the game, and like in the replies of those tweets, there were people saying, hey, this game isn't available in my country, so I'm waiting for the Steam release. And we know that's not true, right? Because any browser, unless your IP has banned game.granbluefantasy.jp for some unknown reason, we know everybody has access to this game. But what replies like that show is that people are looking on the App Store or Googling how to do this, and they're not getting an easy way to install the game. Releasing on Steam is like a huge deal for grabbing people like that who are interested in the game, who want to try out the game, but they just don't know how to access said game. So yeah, I think the Steam release is probably going to be bigger than what many people in the community think it's going to be. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be like top Steam charts or anything. Absolutely not. It's a very niche game. But there is absolutely a demand for this. absolutely a demand. Like, and people who have been here on the stream will tell you, like, probably like 5 times a week, we'll get at least someone coming in being like, hey, is this game out on Steam yet? Or, hey, I'm just waiting for the Steam release. Anything I should know, things like that, right? I've seen videos where Relink, they have thousands of views where they mention GBF as not being accessible outside of Japan. Yeah, things like that, right? And just being able to search Granblue Fantasy on Steam, and then you get Versus, Relink, and mobile coming up, I think is a big deal. Can't wait to play 4th account on Steam. Do we get Steam trading cards? Who knows? Depending on how comfortable it is, I might switch, considering I don't have that much progress. Yeah, like I think there's a couple players like you as well, Falskit, where they're trying out mobile while they wait for the Steam release. Then when Steam release comes out, they check out how it is, and then they're looking to sort of decide based off that too. You finally cleared the Hexa free quest. Nice. Congratulations. I wish they would release PC Skyleap so I don't have to use my phone. You can actually do user agent for Skyleap on desktop currently. You know which Ellie's considered best sub HL? Is it Dirt? I think so. I think so. How are Steam players going to get class points without Skyleap? You guys forget that we used to get... Like, you guys forget that Skyleap point shop was not always a thing, and we had to get CP the old-fashioned way, which is called normally. You can still get CP normally. They've also added more CP sources to like shop events and things like that too over the years. Like, basically what I'm saying is don't equate your experience with a mechanic as what the current experience will be. I think that is a really big trap, especially when you're talking to newer players, chat. Because, quite frankly, none of us really know what the new player experience is like unless you've been a new player very recently. Like, new players, when I was a new player, I farmed AES in the Twin Elements raid. Twin Elements raid does not even exist anymore. AES is not used anymore. These days, there is Series Academy, which gives you a whole bunch of things. What do they give? Even I'm not sure because I haven't gone through Series Academy myself. But I'd imagine it gives you a fair amount of things because new players that I'm seeing are progressing extremely well with a lot of direction, which is good. And rarely are they getting stuck on things that I would have expected them to get stuck on, right? They still get stuck on things like, hey, I don't have enough weapon skill levels, or I want more quartz, things like that you just sort of get over time. But things like classes and other progression things, like, they've been progressing relatively well through them. So yeah, like just because we, or when you started, you had a hard time with CP or rupees or weapon skill mats or whatever, does not mean that the new play experience is identical to what you experienced. It gives you full M3 with all your Vokers, Baha, ultimate weapons, and gives you all 1 to 3 tier classes. Now, question, are all those weapons for those full M3 grids like leveled up and skilled up and things like that? Because that alone is such a huge source, or like huge, what's the word I'm looking for? That like, that's such a huge amount of weapon skills and quartz that you need originally to just get going. But if you were just given that M2 grid, yeah, not M3, yeah, I know. So M2 grid, the weapons are leveled. Yeah, like that is already such a huge head start. You can now focus your skill levels on, and don't you get Opus as well or something? And Opus is like a big sink for weapon skill levels. Free Ultima too, yeah. M2.5, yes. Mm-hmm. Get your Opus to 150, yeah. Big. You remember the days of trying to get Lumi Sword Grid? Yep. And then you have to go farm sword stones because that uses so many swords. Which in conjunction with AES was very hard because AES needs sword stones as well, and all of these things need weapon skills. And yeah, this isn't even talking about the passive income that you get from just regularly running events now as well, which just in general give more than in the past. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, going back to the Skyleap user agent thing. Hold up. If you want to see how to actually do that, one sec. You can have a look there. Began the game during last anniversary. Feels so dumb for a lot of the decisions, especially for the bars you used. Yeah. Unfortunate. I remember reading all the disclaimers on the wiki to not use gold bars unless you know what you're doing. Still used a couple on dumb stuff though? Oh my god. I used the Dama bar to unlock Ami early, which was incredibly dumb. I got a level 1 Yatima and Belial. I'm missing 5 of the evokers. Need skill 4 on 2. I have, and I need to finish uncapping my Agni. A lot of Sunstones it is. My regret was using a Zero ticket on 2 non-seasonals before illustrious weapons existed, but the lure of Fidel Lich was too strong. If Evoker Transcendence requires you to have them all recruited uncapped, you're gonna cry. You're going to cry. I'm telling you right now that you are going to cry. In that case, I think it is incredibly likely that Evokers will require all of them recruited and all of them probably at 100. Maybe not S4s unless it's the Evoker that you're trying to uncap. Like, for example, if you're trying to transcend Husselia, you're going to need S4, but you might not need everybody's S4 to get Husselia to 150. Should we get a Sunstone from Annie? I don't think necessarily, but I hope we do. I forget what the anniversary stream gives us. I don't think I've made any stupid decisions yet, not that I'm aware of. I was lucky too, because when I started, aside from my anniversary ticket, I don't think I made big mistakes or any that I fully regret. And mostly it's because I had the advice of a lot of experienced players at the time. When I started Granblue, I was mainly hanging around the stream of Greg at the time, who was a streamer in GBF. And then eventually I started streaming as well. And when I started streaming, I was very new to the game, relatively new anyways. So pretty much people in chat were giving me advice on what to do, what to farm, what to skip, what not to do, things like that. Right, like one of the new player questions that I didn't understand, or like one of the new, I think the question that I remember the most as a new player that got the most negative reaction from everybody in chat was me asking. I was like, hey chat, I see invalid badges. Like in this valid badge shop, I see that you can get, where is it? I see that you can get crystals and a character ticket. Is this worth it? And like the whole fucking chat was like, no, stop, don't do it. Because as a new player, I see this and it's like crystal and I get an SSR character. That seems like a good deal. Right? I'm like, oh, crystal SSR. But then what you find out is that this ticket is not a fucking SSR ticket. It's just random god awful like 3% ticket. So you're just giving up valor badges for 100 crystals basically. This would probably be a good deal if it was guaranteed SSR, but then it would cost more as well. But yeah, you get the point, right? View the image of Walter White. Yeah. There we go. I was typing it. Hank. So yeah, that's like a moment I vividly remember. Because yeah, looking at it, it looks like a guaranteed SSR ticket. It's like, oh yeah. And pretty much at that point they said, get the Sunstone, or at the time it was get the Everlight. Me, when I mentioned to a friend I was going to bar my last Lumisaur because I was lazy, I got screamed at, yeah. They also need to update the ticket graphic. With new characters, yeah. Do you think with Transcendence they'll make it easier to uncap to 100? I think we might get like new sandbox things, or who knows, which indirectly help. I refuse to spark Atum because Fire CA is a dead niche. Oh. Feels bad. Sextant change is basically already this. Sort of, yeah. The Sunstones with Sandbox and... yeah. I didn't know about that one. Sunstone is, what keeps Guild War relevant as well. Yeah, I think Sunstone will always be a time-limited resource. Sunstones for Sextants sounds insanely toxic to anyone who sextanted bars. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Then pretty much everyone criticized me for barring Feeny Torch, but I pretty much liked it. And Exo rerun wasn't on the horizon. Barring Feeny Torch is always a good idea. See, I disagree, but yeah. No, like, barring something like Feeny Torch, the reason people are on the side of caution, and I think that's a good thing, by the way, the fact that you were being warned, I think, is a good sign. It's not saying that was the correct decision for you. Obviously, for you, the correct decision was to bar it, but I think people cautioning you should be the right reaction. Resources like that. And here's the other thing too, right? Oftentimes, when people bar things who are asking whether they should bar it, tend to be players who are more on the newer side or less experienced in whatever this thing is, which is why they're asking for advice in the first place, which makes sense, right? And generally, these players tend to have a smaller perspective on things because they just don't have as much experience. Once again, completely understandable. Makes sense, right? This isn't flaming or anything. So naturally, you're gonna come across situations where you see, oh, shit, this guild war setup uses Swan main hand. I have a Swan. Should I bar that? Without taking into the full context of things that, yes, Swan is good for guild war, but outside of guild war, it's completely unnecessary and doesn't really do anything at all. And things like that, right? So while you might have fun for those couple days of guild war, then you go outside of guild war and it's less fun, right? Feeny's Torch is a bit different because it works outside of guild war, but also doesn't take away from the fact that some situations, Exo Dagger's way better than Feeny's stuff, right? So, like, you sort of don't have the perspective of these things when you're a newer player or less experienced. And that's, I think, a good reaction from people giving advice that they're cautioning you, because hopefully, I'm hoping that they give you correct advice and that they give you perspective on why you may or may not want to bar it. But yes, I personally was extremely stingy with bars when I was new. And I only use them for things that hard required bars, so Eternals and Opuses. And I can tell you, for me at the time, that was 100% the correct decision. Now, at the time, there didn't exist these gacha weapons like PNS or Beanie Staff or whatever, which worked well in Magna as well. But I am almost certain that even if they did exist, I would not have barred them. Because I would have saved them all for a primal grid that I want to go, which is what I ended up doing. Yes, that's the other thing, what Sakura said, which is that newer players tend to have a lot less bars as well. And they haven't grinded out all their opuses and stuff, so using your bars on something like a gacha weapon often sets you back. Right? It might improve that one element and you might have fun. Like, it might be fun for that one element, which is, like, it's a video game, you're meant to have fun, right? But if your fun is also progressing all the elements, you might inadvertently be setting yourself back in another element, which is less good. Especially if you're new, you can't farm bars, yeah. And I would imagine a fair amount of new players don't host their gold bar raids daily as well. What the hell happened to my team? I actually had this happen yesterday. I think I need to change my grid back. I put in the Order Bringer, but this has been doing nothing but causing me grief.
Ever since I put in the Order Bringer, I think my Omen timings have changed. What is in my grid usually? Let me just double check. Let's double clam. Let's go double clam. What you're talking about is why I appreciate the addition of gacha weapons to the Magna pages. It helps you get a better idea of whether that weapon is useful beyond a single setup you see for HL. For Magna specifically, yeah. Just use Exo Dagger. I don't have Exo Dagger. When's the rerun? Probably in 1 to 1.5 years, okay. Yeah, unfortunately in that situation I would have just said use a different weapon. Like Mana Diver, the main thing is that they don't Oogie in the first place, so your choice of main weapon actually doesn't matter too much unless it has a specific main weapon effect, which is why Exo Dagger and Feeny Staff is used. I did that for water, but in my opinion, it was the correct choice for my enjoyment of the game. Yeah, nothing's wrong with it. I stoned 000 and Bubs really early, and it helped a lot, but now that I'm here, I'd like those 6 stones back for my evokers. I've gotten 4 extra Bubs and 3 extra 000s. Yes. Yeah. Ultimately, it really comes down to how much did you get use out of the 000 and Bubs and whether it was worth it, right? I think if I was a new player, knowing what I know, if I was starting a new account, and let's pretend I pulled Bubs over Susia, assuming roulette has ended, and it's like April, I would stone one of those. I would choose one and stone it, and use that as my main summon, just to help me progress quickly through the game. That's what I would personally do. But I would definitely not stone both. And I would do it knowing with the fact, being content with the fact that I'm doing this to speed up progression, but also inadvertently slow down my evoker progression later on because I just need those stones for other things. New players have Dama bars shop not out of stock. Farming Dama grains is easier than gold bars, and also new players will have Optimus, not have Optimus on the horizon anytime soon. So I partially disagree. I think you're underestimating how many bars you need. And what you... Wait, what are we disagreeing with? I might have missed context, but... if we're talking about like your staff, like I'm saying, like the staff for you, like you've determined that was the correct decision. So who am I to argue with that? But what I am saying is that players saying that Exo Dagger is the only main hand worth it other than Feeny Stick is just unequivocally wrong. It's about barring Feeny Torch or PNS in Magna. I think those are questions that you should be asking yourself once you're a more experienced player. I don't think any new player should be doing that. Like, I'm not kidding, by the way. This is a opinion that I am holding fast to. If you're a new player and you're thinking about, and you have some Dama bars and you want to bar your PNS or Feeny Torch, I don't think that's the correct decision. Because essentially you're doing this for a faster progression in said element. That's the only reason to do it, right? But gacha weapons are... like grid weapons are more commonly updated compared to summons. And grid weapons are element specific. That's the bigger thing here. If we're talking about Bubs, Vesusia, whatever, 000, those are element agnostic. It doesn't matter what element you are. At least by stoning them, one of them, you are trading off future progression for more quicker early game progression, right? But at least you're doing that for all 6 elements. If you're a new player and you bar Feeny Torch, you are speeding up your progression for one element and also slowing down future progress for all elements. And new players don't have Dharma bars, let's be real. Yes, they have a Dharma bar shop, but you don't have Dharma grains as a new player. You're more likely to have gold bar freebies. Torch is even more potentially painful because duplicate copies are dead, yes. K18 says, I've been pretty vocal about PNS family as well. I think if you're willing to bar those other things alone, means you're probably inexperienced with grid understanding. Yes. Right. Like, at the end of the day, how you derive enjoyment from the game is up to you. And I can't really say anything about that. But if you're asking me about how to efficiently use your resources, I think you should take it somewhat to heart that me, as well as many other experienced players, say it's a relatively bad idea to bar your gacha weapons if you're new to the game. Right. It's not... I think the advice should be taken to heart when there's so many experienced players saying the same thing. Hello, my lovelies. What are we being lectured about today? We're lecturing about early game usage of important resources. And by the way, on that topic of, hey, I think I would stone Bubs or Vesusia if I got a copy on a new account, that would only happen if I deemed it necessary as well. And that would only happen after me trying out without first to see if I even need it. Boring, run. What is that run from? John Stone run. I still run into players that have been active for over a year. They still don't have crystals for Transcendent Eternals yet. I think you shouldn't think about barring anything until you're at least mostly done Revans farming. I don't want to put a specific hate progression point. At this point, you can start thinking about it, because I think that question really depends. But ultimately, yes, I think that just because of how strong some of these gacha weapons can be across both Magna and Primal grids, has raised the point of has raised them in the general community's understanding of these weapons and knowledge of these weapons, which means that some players might just want them, even if they're not fully familiar with how it works or its effects or whatever, or whether it's even worth it for them. It's part of the reason why, for example, like the PNS, we often say on the wiki with bright letters as we can, you don't need to bar this. Or like, this one needs bars, but if you're thinking about it, be really mindful of your resources. And we try to give as much information on that. It's case sensitive. Like if you want Feeney's Torch, a good mana diver team, and want to do a lot in Fire, we'll go for it. Just keep in mind that's 3 less bars for other things. I just had to farm Baja for a week straight to get all my Eternals 100, and that was not fun. I think one of the problems is that it's hard to put into perspective. You might need it later on. It is, yeah. As a new player, being told, hey, you might need this later on is sort of hard because you don't know what later on means. But in the case of you don't know what your preferred playstyle is, honestly, maybe I'm weird here, but for me as a new player, like I didn't care about that. It was farmable. I wanted it. It's a goal that I want to work towards. I didn't care that I might not use Uno. It was a farmable character that everyone has access to. I want access to it as well. Thank God they upped the monthly cap on Prisms, yeah. Is Annie streamed today? Okay, I'm heading to bed. Good night. This guy's gonna miss Pokopia. I'm so jealous. I want to play too. I don't want to buy a Switch 2 just for Pokopia. I guess you have to look at what other games you'd play. Why are you sleeping so early today? Buying Switch 2 for Xenoblade 4. How did you pronounce that? He didn't say Tay Tay though, he said Tatay. How did you say Tatay again? I don't know how to say it. How do I say it? I'm going to assume this is Tagalog now. I thought this was some Taylor Swift thing. I don't know who taught munching that. Are we getting punished UECs? I personally think she's with the rerun next year. That's what I think. My timeline is infested. What the? Is that Phoebe? Who is that? I'm Filipino as well, says munching. But I only know 2 words. I ended up enjoying more of the performance boosts on Switch 1 than any exclusive so far. That probably changes within the year though. Yeah, honestly, playing like Arceus, not Arceus, playing I'm playing Scarlet Violet, just that Those like 2 seconds was so good. And then the new game, the ZA, was really good too. I'm somewhat stingy, so I haven't been blocked by my lack of gold and Damabars. So I think the decision of barring Feeny Torch was right for me. Helped you farm stuff with fire. Yeah. Like I said, like I have no way of knowing your experiences, and you've determined that it was right for you, and I'm not discounting that at all. She looks like Octavia, but with an eye patch. Next Pokemon based on Philippines and some SCA countries. Yeah, it looks SCA focused, which is cool. Makipyon Kuya ask the word I can't pronounce why he's sleeping early. When I bought my Feeny Torch, DY told me to keep myself safe. I think you're just making things up. We're just lying on the internet. I have no way of proving my innocence here. But chat, remember, it is always innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until proven guilty with no reasonable doubt. You really going to believe this guy? After all he's done? After all I've done, what? We stand with Omikin. Justice for Omikin. And what does that look like, I see? You can still change your stance. Are you guys really aligning with someone who called Razio bad? Who did what? Do you see on the screen right now? I see Razio bad. Which Razio though? Razio Earth. I see with 3 Ys, 1 underscore. We have a screenshot of them saying Razio is bad. Maybe he meant it like she's bad. Flirt. Sorry, Icy, I can't defend you here. There's hard proof. Omikin backstabbing at the first chance she gets. That's why I stand with DYDK. Chat, I have a moving topics. I have a question for you guys. In regards to advanced grids on the wiki, what are some common things you see asked about it, or desires, or things related to it? I.e., things that I see often are things like, hey, who can I replace in this setup? Or what weapon should I use instead of this? Or what, how come the hexa grid the Hexa team uses Hexa weapons in the grid. You know, questions like that. Give me some ones that aren't what I just said. Odious section, okay. Why does the wiki not make me dinner and file my taxes? Okay, I'll keep that under advisement. What's a viable substitute? Yeah, the substitute question for both weapons and grid, weapons and characters is by far the most common. But questions that aren't that, basically. Rev wants me to make them dinner, if you say so. So true. Are you sure you want that? I sometimes wonder if certain Opus skill chains change a lot in certain weapon grids. Okay, so to do with keys. Okay, I'll write some of these down. What shade of black do you like your chicken? Echo, answer the question. What do you think? Oh, I see. How burnt do you want your subway to be? The Wilna special. Let me see. Have you been any about if there are different uncapped levels of Dark Opus to reflect the grids? Have I been asked about if there are different uncapped level of Dark Opus to reflect the grids? So we have different Dark Opus stars in grids, but I feel like that's not what you're asking. Like we have 5-star, we can change that to 2-star or 3-star or whatever. Like I can go T2 and then suddenly it's a 2-star. I had a friend wish there was always an explanation. Ah, yes, that is actually one that I've seen too. Once again, that's just manpower. I'll write that down. I think that's a good one. Not directly a FAQ, but I was thinking if more wiki onboarding for new editors would be good. More wiki onboarding for new editors. Does that just mean like get people editing? Like teach them how to edit? I was planning on making a video like that in the future. But yes. Having more people who just add stuff on the wiki would be great. Does wiki staff get paid? No. Yeah, I get paid in fuck yous. Yeah, pretty much we get paid with, hey, who can I replace with this? Hey, why is this not updated? Hey, how come this grid uses Far Zero weapons in the Far Zero team? So, no, wiki staff does not get paid. It is purely volunteer work. I assume they mean have you consider verifying lower star opus. The issue there is that you can't lower your weapon. Yep. Yep. Maybe Omikin, you should start your Patreon. I don't do anything worth paying for. I think this would also create an awkward situation, I'm not gonna lie. Because like Omikin and I mainly work on like advanced grids and other adjacent related projects, mostly to do with guide-based things. But we're completely separate, mostly from the team that does the character pages, who mainly focus on getting new raid pages up. The more flat, hey, this is the straight up information of this character or this raid or this weapon on the wiki, right? Like, yes, things like advanced grids are highly popular on the wiki, but there are very different aspects on the wiki too. So, yeah. Anyways, moving on. I think the whole part of replacement issue, lots of players don't understand the reason behind the choice, so they can't think of a replacement themselves. They could also just read the raid mechanics and figure it out themselves, but people are lazy. Yes, and it comes down to people can test, but once again, whether due to lack of time or whatever, people don't like testing. Or they just are afraid to try. I've already made a habit of adding missing Kamigame recommended EMPs when I find them. Yeah, I've noticed that. Thank you for doing that. Hello, Nightfall. Like teaching and stuff, but also making it easy and not stressful to start. Yeah. I mean, whenever someone asks who shows interest on stream or on Mond or whatever, I always try to guide them through step by step. But what I'm lacking, I think, is the video, honestly. So I'm planning on making a video, and we'll obviously make a text resource as well. I mean, there already is a text resource. It's just not many people know about it, so yeah. Wiki is 100% free, so it doesn't really generate. Yeah, I think the only thing the wiki has at the moment is a Ko-fi, coffee, however you want to pronounce it, page that is used to maintain server costs. I don't use Twitter, so my only source of information on new setups is YouTube or the wiki. Self-insert art online. Sword art online. The new Bamco. Oh, I saw it, but I haven't watched anything. I saw those, like a headline, basically. It's unironically great that this is the answering wiki questions chat, but I do feel like as a new editor, it's sometimes unclear how to start contributing to main space stuff beyond just submitting grids. I'm with you there. I was always very afraid of editing on the wiki. I think because like I didn't really know what I was doing. I don't know if what I'm doing is useful or whatnot, blah blah blah. But yeah, you just have to do it or ask questions if you're not sure. And really, that can only be done in the wiki code for the most part. Like anybody who wants to edit the wiki on a regular basis, who's not just like, oh, I'm on a page and I saw a typo and they accidentally misspelled a word and I'm just going to fix that. Outside of that, if you're actually like wanting to do bigger edits, then I think the first thing I'd recommend is you join the wiki code. one of the first things I'd recommend. Question, aside from time, what would stop someone from submitting a lot of grids with YouTube sources that may be redundant compared to what's there? Us telling them not to do it? What the wiki strives to do is not show every single possible setup that is capable of clearing a raid, because there are infinite permutations to do that. Our goal is to provide a good variety of team setups and characters and weapons to give you a reference to make your own setups or copy said setup. Yeah. We'll try to include the best setups. We'll try to include some more budget setups. The whole point is to show a variety. If there's going to be 10 teams of the same thing, usually we try to avoid that. Sometimes it happens, especially during Guild War, just because things like Guild War tend to use the same characters just in slightly different configurations. But yes. Ultimately, how I think the most important thing, if you take away anything from my advice about advanced grids, it should be what I say. Like what follows this sentence. What you should consider advanced grids to be is not, hey, these are the only things that work. What you should be taking away from these setups is, hey, these things have worked. Try making your own stuff. Yeah, they're meant to be used as a reference or a guide in saying, this has worked for other players. You can try something similar. Sometimes it'll be more strict. Sometimes it will be significantly less strict. But that's something you have to essentially test as well. I'd really like it if setups would mark things or add a description if they're really critical for the setup. Not all of them do. What Omikan said. It's not as helpful or as practical as you imagine. What you said is something that is a very common sentiment amongst people, I think, who are less familiar with grid and team building. Like, for example, let's go to Guild War. Let's go to Guild War. Most recent Guild War. Actually, no, let's go to Wind Guild War because I'm more familiar with Wind. Let's just go to the Wind Guild War page for a moment and let's have a look at these teams. All right, this team here. What is critical here? This clear. What do we define as critical? What do we define as critical? Number one, question number one. Is critical meeting this time? Is critical meeting this rotation? What does it work? What does it mean? Number one. Number one, what does it mean? Secondly, this team works because of these characters. Therefore, is everything here critical? So I mark everything as critical now. What's the point of marking everything as critical? It just adds visual clutter. Like, yeah, sure, I can go into the page and we can go. I even forgot what our critical are. Like, not replaceable, or what is it? Lock one. Lock one. Like, yeah, sure, I can. Is it locked? I think it's lock. Yeah, it's lock. Like, I can do this, right? Because none of these characters, there are no replacements for these characters. Like, who are you replacing Raphael with? Because let's take a look. What does it didn't work. What is it? What is it? Lock. Team spread. Let me see. I think it uses rich item, right? I need to show it. Is it just lock? No, don't buy Mistral. Just pretend that there's an icon on all of these saying that they're important, right? But now suddenly it's like all of them are locked because who does what Raphael does and gives you the extra aura that you need? Nobody. Who gives what Cuts does, which is a free weapon in your grid if you have Summer Belial equipped? Nobody. Who does a one-turn assassin with 100% echo? Only Naru. Who gives you a tag team in Wind other than Sumo? Nobody. Right? It doesn't work. Having everybody as lock. Do I have to get out of bed and pay attention? No, you don't. So, like, it is significantly less useful than you might imagine to be able to say, hey, this character is critical to a setup. And like a common thing that's happening as, if you guys don't know, I'm working on an Anni ticket page with a bunch of other people at the moment. And many of the characters that we're suggesting oftentimes just don't have replacements. And it's because they do something completely unique. They might be niche, but they do something that's no other character in the game does. Great example of this is Florence. If you see a setup with Florence, what are you going to do about it if you don't have Florence? The answer is just find a different setup. Because what Florence does is completely unique. And no other character can emulate that. But that isn't just Florence, it's a lot of characters. It's just that Florence happens to be one of the seasonal options. So, yeah. So no, I don't think marking things as critical or it's not replaceable is very useful at all. It's not useful information. Because at the end of the day, many Granblue setups, it isn't a stock standard, hey, just replace this with this and it always works. It's always context reliant. For this raid, does it work? For this mechanic in this raid, does it work? For this particular trigger, can you use somebody else? Right? If a character is only being used for an auto nuke, chances are that the showcase is using the best character that does that. Let's take Fire as an example, right? Wamdis is unique for the fact that she does a shit ton of normal attack damage and does skill nukes after her autos. Could you replace her with someone who does less damage but essentially does the same thing? Yes. You could put in Anderson, right? Anderson does normal attacks and he also nukes after normal attacks. Is it going to be a shit ton less damage than Wamdis? Of course. Now, does that matter for the context where you're trying to use it in? And that's the question. That's the question. Does it matter for what you're trying to do? Because let's say your goal is to hit NM95 as quickly as possible without adding any additional buttons compared to the Wamdis setup, then of course it's not going to work. Swapping Anderson for Wamdis is going to make you have to click more buttons. But if you're farming like, I don't know, if you're just going into Tiamat M3 and with Wamdis you're hitting like 2 million honors and blue chest for that raid's like 1.2, then technically no, you don't need it there, right? You're just doing more damage. So it comes down to what your specific requirement is. So yeah, there isn't really just swap X character for X other character and then it always works. That just doesn't exist. Sometimes it's 000 is required or you're dead. Sometimes Yatima is required to cancel the Omen or you're dead. Or sometimes it's no, it does not work without Destruction Weapon. Have to try. It depends on the raid entirely. Rezi, do you have a consistent Mugen full auto? My Mugen full auto is never consistent. I hate it. I need one right now. Can it be fast as well? I don't know why lately, but Mugen's not filling. I need to solo them to actually get a clear. Fortunately, the raid isn't too bad to solo. It's just I think some open. I don't even know. I don't pay enough attention to this FA. I'll be honest. S21. Like, this is not useful information. And this is the point we're trying to make, right? This is not useful information. There's a lock on everything. Does that help? No, it doesn't. And that's the thing. That's the point. Yes, Echo. It is. I feel like that is a big part of it. People don't want to try it unless they know it's going to clear. Or know that it's going to be successful at the very least. And I don't think that's anything we can change, to be fair, as well. I want to, but I have the anxiety of being the guy who bricks the raid. Yeah. No, I understand. That's just part of HL fear. Very common. I just got here. What's happening? We're talking about grids. Grids and setups. HL fear. Things like that. DYDK bricked my raid. I hate him for it. Yeah. I bricked Olmikin's raid. I also bricked Marquee, Cap, Munching, and Mop's first clear of Super Baja as well, back in whenever the raid came out. And it's because I clicked Katura 2 before I clicked Fated Chain. Oh, sorry, I clicked Katura 2 after I clicked Fated Chain. I understand anxiety about HL, but for host, FA, guild war setups, whatever, why be scared? Yeah. I think funnily enough, see, I can't really relate here at all because that's something I've never felt. But this is me speculating. I want to make that clear. Maybe it's because they just don't want to quote unquote waste their time if it doesn't work. I don't know how true that is. I would have to actually just ask someone and be like, hey, is there a reason you asked instead of testing? And I think the answer most of the time would just be because maybe they expect us to know also, maybe. Not sure. That would be a funny April Fool's if every setup on the wiki changed to all being locked. Idiot, don't you know that consumes your FC hits? Yeah. That's the biggest thing here, the waste of time thing. I've always argued back, you wasted more time asking 3.5 billion people this instead of just trying one time yourself. Never get a response back, yeah. Isn't trying to make setups work the fun part? See, for me and you, Alt, and many other players, that is. But for, I think, some other players, maybe they just have fun reading the story or some other part of the game, which I don't, like, I'm not trying to say that's a bad way to enjoy the game. In fact, I think that's a very good way to enjoy the game too. And how you derive enjoyment from the game is entirely up to you. But yeah, in the context of swapping things out for grid, oftentimes it's just, we just can't try every permutation. And frankly, it's unrealistic for us to try every permutation as well. And think of it this way, like, sure, if someone asked me, hey, in your Mugen grid, can you swap out this weapon for this weapon? Depending on the situation, yeah, that's something I might try, just because I already have the team set up, and I can just see if it works or not. But these sorts of requests, personally, when I ask other people, I pretty much always reserve for really important damage threshold-based things. It's like, hey, if I swapped out that second Ilsa weapon in your current team, what damage do you hit compared to your Ilsa weapon, like double Ilsa weapon grid, as an example, right? It's like, what's the damage difference there? Like, I'm always asking for a more specific comparison. It's less that, hey, does it just work or not? Because oftentimes it's like, it works if you just add another button or whatever. So yeah. You have one host and mats are scarce when you start out. Game teaches you to be anxious. Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's part of it. Limited hosts. I personally think the existence of being able to join other people's raids and EP makes that less of a thing, but maybe that is a mental gap. Gap isn't the right term. Mental thing there. Mental block. I can see that. Post loot is a huge mental block. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's because if it's for something like M3 reruns, you're going to farm it 1,000 of times, so you'd rather wait until you have a good team to farm them and then go farm something else. Perhaps, yeah. Perhaps that too. There's a lot of players that are like, I need to host every single raid, but they won't ever join a single raid. I think people who ask can't tell the difference between those kind of very specific questions you ask and what they ask. Yeah. It's something I say very commonly on stream too. I often get asked, hey, like, I often get asked very, very extremely broad questions which don't have an answer without going into a lot more detail. Things like, hey, like recently I got asked, hey, is Essa, like, is Angie better than Essa? Water, Essa, that is. And it's like, how do I even answer that? All right. They do very different things and they're used in very different teams. And the ultimate answer would just be, hey, go and test. It goes back to, if you guys have watched Vasky's video, it's like making a water team versus making a water team for Mugen, making a water team for Atom versus whatever, right? Like, you're going to be using multiple teams. But I think what's really important is that, what the big takeaway here is that many players consider Granblue to be a one-party game, especially when you're a newer player. Knowing how to ask good questions also requires game knowledge, yes. Undoubtedly. Which is why whenever someone asks a question that's too vague or something, I try to get them to specify. And I try to use it as a teaching moment also. Yes, DY, teach me. What would you like to be taught, Omikin? Every fire comp on the wiki I've looked at has horse and atom. HL stuff, I can sort of see that. I guess the new ODS raid has some as well. I'm atomless for the next 4 days. Anniversary ticket is quite soon. So I'm running Sato Seville Bar instead. It's working. Cleared few. Fire Hexa, no problem. Yep. And that's exactly the type of behavior I want to encourage, which is, hey, I don't have something. What can I do about it? Like, it's going to be more painful. I understand and accept that. What can I do about it? Not allowed. Wiki says Atom is required. Teach me how to make a fancy wiki user page. Go to someone's wiki page that you like. You probably saw a fancy wiki user page in the first place to think this. Go to their page, click the edit button, and then copy paste their entire code. Right? So let's pretend I went to... Let's pretend I went to Echo's page. Echo said, hey, this is my page. And this is the things I'm talking about. Actually, Echo's a bad example because Echo's far too detail oriented here. Let's go to Vasky's page. Let's pretend we're on Vasky's page. Let's go to let's go to Vasky's page. And you're like, oh, I like this. I want something like this for my wiki page. What do? Edit. Don't look at everything. Control A, Control C, yoinked. Yoinked my page now. You just go to your user page, which will be the URL. If you want to make a subpage, you just add something to the URL. I go /yoink, create. Oh, yoinked. My page now. Look at that. Wow, my page now. And then you just go in and you start editing things, right? It's like, okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I've actually never looked at the code for Vasky's page, but oftentimes it'll be very self-explanatory. It's like, okay, file jobs this. Links an image. Okay, let's have a look at what this image is. To see what's happening. Let's put that in the URL. What image might this be? Oh, it's this image. Okay, so if I want a different image there, let's say I want Wamdas. Let's have a look. Let's pretend I want this image. Yeah, oh, perfect. Grab this. Now let's put it here instead of this. And guess what happens? Okay, broke. Why did it break? There's 2 PNGs. Take out the second PNG. Wows, it's suddenly Wamdas. Okay. My name's not Vasky. What should I do? Oh, it says Vasky there. DYDK. AKA DY. AKA DK. Wow. Very cool. He, they. Oh, that's not my pronouns. Attack helicopter. Perfect. Where did it go? It disappeared. Then you have to figure out why. And then you start doing that sort of thing, okay? Dark element enjoy it? No, not me, right? And then you just slowly go through. Figure out what parts of the code you yoink, figure out what parts you don't want. And then you just go through slowly. Some of these things might be a bit more complicated. Like Vasky's thing has his guide pages with specific things. But ultimately you can tell that, oh, this is linking an image. It's linking to his what to farm page. And it actually gives the link. If I want to create links like that, then I can copy this template and then do this. Right? Ultimately, it just comes down to experimentation. Just make the page, click show preview to check your work as you go along. And then, yeah, start that. Damn, he really said this shit's ugly. Can I steal yours and credit someone else? If you're stealing someone's code, firstly, you don't actually need to credit because, like, you don't need to. And then, secondly, if you are crediting, make sure you credit the right person. It is very common for people to steal Umikin stuff and then credit the person that stealed from Umikin in the first place. Firstly, stealing is like, this is all like sort of like teasing. Nobody considers this stealing or whatever, right? It's just funny when it's like, oh, I copied Umikin's page because it looks pretty, because it is. And then it's like, oh, someone else copies it, and then someone else copies it, and they keep crediting, like, it's like a daisy chain of credits. Unstyled and extremely utilitarian user pages is also valid. Yes, just like Vespertines, right? The one that we just saw a moment ago. If you want to have a wiki page that is just pure, what was the term here? Unstyled and extremely utilitarian. And that is entirely up to you. My user page is very barren too. It's just this, and it's hi, I play Granblue. The reason I don't do pages like Vasky's or Omikins or whatever is because I just know I don't update that stuff. But what I do have is just a bunch of fucking links to other things. It's like, oh, I want to yoink this. Hey, DY, this looks cool. I want to take it for myself. Then click edit, and it's like, oh, wait a sec. You have this info, but none of this info is here. Where is it? It's under this. Oh, okay, let me go to that now. And you go there, it's like, click edit. Oh, look at that. It only has this. Oh, wow, here it is. Okay, and then you can just go in. It's like user, your name here, navigation, and then check out this or guides, blah, blah, blah. Right. I'm a programmer. I did not code that shit, and the guy I copied it from also did not code that shit. User adli. Let's see. This is adlis. My to-dos, memory, milestones, main page template links. Yeah, look at that. Things adlines worked on. And this is the wiki admin, the wiki admin, by the way. Person who runs the wiki. I thought you owned the wiki. Absolutely not. But yeah, as you go through, you might reach some bumps and things you don't understand. That's when you join like places like the wiki code and ask them. If you know the person you're yoinking the code from, you can ask them specifically. If you guys are doing this for the first time, the advice I will give you is anything within the curly brackets, these brackets here, don't change the things in the curly brackets. So let's pretend you copied this to your user page. Let's pretend your name is Twitch Chatter 69. Let's pretend that's your name. You don't replace this with Twitch Chatter 69. Anything within the curly brackets that is part of the purple text, you have to leave as is, because this is what we call a template, right? It's using that template. It's because the moment you change this to Twitch Chatter 69, suddenly if I click show preview, it's not going to work. Wow, because that page doesn't exist. Whereas DYDK does exist. So anything within the purple curly brackets or the purple part of the curly brackets don't change. It's so cool that so many people have customized pages though. It's very charming. I think so too. People use it like as a sort of like a public diary of sorts. And I think that's cool. People post like things they're working on. So I should go to DYDK navigation to make my changes. No. It depends on the template. In this case, you would have to copy my navigation template to your own navigation page and then edit it there. And then make your changes. But if you're using something I see very commonly, right, is Cajun's template, right? So if you're on Cajun's page, Cajun's made this template for character profiles. Omikin has one too, by the way. But let's pretend you're trying to use Cajun's. It's like, hey, I want this for my page. And you copy this code. You're like, hey, I want this. I copied the code. This is what we call a template. Yuck. Should I show your one, Omikin, so more people can copy your page? But let's pretend I wanted this. I put it here, and it's like, all right, I got this. And then a very common thing I see is like, oh, it says user Cajun. I guess I should go user DYDK. And then it doesn't work anymore. Right? So that's something, this is what's called a template. And in this case, you're not meant to edit the purple text. You're meant to edit everything else, but not the purple text. So instead, you change the character. It's like, let me put Grimnia, then Wamdus, and then blah, blah, blah. You get the idea, right? And then in this case, and then suddenly Grimnia Wamdus there. Wow, very cool. Certified Wiki template gamer. Stinky Granblue streamer. Who can't spell as well. You get the idea, right? So if you're changing something and something's not working, try not changing the curly bracket part, essentially. Honestly, I just want to make a setup dump, so I'll probably just grab it from the grid page or something. Yeah, you can do that too. Some people make setup dumps, like Nico has grids. You can copy Nico's page if you want. Grids. Yeah. So Nico has like this. Nico actually uses the wiki raid tabber one if you want to do that. Something you can consider. Nico has an archive of Unite and Fight grids. I have a very similar page as well. I pretty much do this for Guild War grids. It's like Oh, fire grids. Here are my fire teams. You get the idea, right? So it's something like this. If you're copying teams, I highly recommend you grab the bookmarklet so you don't have to hand type everything, especially if it's your own setups. It's so much easier. You can find that on advanced grid style somewhere. Manual style templates. Yeah, this one here. I'll link this page. And there you can grab the bookmarklet. And the bookmarklet's important because it means that you can just quickly grab teams. So here, look, I want to grab this team here. I click my bookmark here, this one, copy data to my clipboard. I go to the wiki page, I click edit, Control C, Control V, or Control V rather, and then wow, look at that. Suddenly my team's here. The only thing that's not there is my summon because I didn't set it up correctly in game. But I can easily change that. Main summon there, support summon, Yggdrasil Omega. Wow, done so. Very cool. And then you can add any other details as necessary. Just in case, sorry everybody if this was insensitive for me to talk about. No, it's just a discussion like Cap said. Nothing to be sorry about. And having different perspectives is very important. I don't want to live in a bubble. Or just a... What's another term? But you get what I'm trying to say. Did not take it as disrespectful at all. I don't think you should either. Free content for the streamer. That's one way of looking at it too. I'll live in a bubble. Everything I do is perfect. And then the other thing to remember on the wiki is that there are many people who are willing to help you work on your page, or other people who have worked on their own pages who'd be willing to help. So feel free to ask. As long as your question isn't, hey DY, who do I replace in your team because I don't have Makra Valentine, I'll be happy to answer. You fuck up your page bad enough, I'll just fix it for you. Yes, that too. Oh, and just do remember that the wiki is a public resource. So any edits you make or anything you upload to the wiki or things other people can see. So obviously if there's information you don't want that being there, and don't put it on there, right? This isn't just a case of, oh, if nobody knows the URL to go to, then it's just my page and only for me. No. On the wiki court, there's literally a public channel where we can track recent changes to check for various reasons. So yeah. Does this work for Magna? Hold up, I am Magna. What do you mean? Did you not see me putting Yggdrasil Omega in my team? I heard fucking up your page is how you befriend Ormikin. Is that how you met Echo in the first place? Well, this is news to me. I gotta go change a couple of my wiki pages. No, it's buying her Korean barbecue. Rev says I'm not their friends. That's heartbreaking. I'm sorry to hear that. I've never ever fucked up a page ever. Wow. Interesting. Big words. Big claim. Finding all you can drink apple juice would probably work too. I was thinking about the alcoholic Ringor like an hour ago. Do you miss it? Yes. Do you miss your tequila sunrise? It was all right. I forgot my Gala history update 2 to 3 times a quarter. Can we still be friends? The first wiki page I tried editing was my own profile page, so I could make mistakes there first without breaking someone else's stuff. Yep. Recommend that. Whoever was asking for Steam client to be its own separate thing, it's a sentiment I've seen. I assume Omicron saw it elsewhere on the Twitters as well. But yeah, it's something I've seen here as well. And it's like, I don't think you guys understand what early Granblue was like and how Granblue is an ongoing game, and I would not play without some of the quality of life features that we currently have. Can you imagine playing Granblue chat with no full auto as an example? Just as an example, no full auto. And every raid needing multiple players to clear. I don't have to. Yes, you might have experienced it yourself. I can, I have, it's much less fun. No full auto, yep. Now chat, let me put it this way. No full auto, and not only no full auto. Hold up. It isn't just that you have no full auto. Do you see this option here? Skill queue? That didn't exist. Do you see turn standby? That also didn't exist. Its battle speed always exists. I think this was relatively new too, right? There was some of these things also didn't work as well. But anyways, all right, let's see chat. No full auto. None of these things. We can't click the full auto button. All right, let's see. Let's click Sarasa. Let me click this. Wait, it's not going in the skill queue. I have to keep spamming. Okay. All right. It's all fine. It's all fine. All right, let me refresh. All right, let's click this. Wait a sec. Waiting for last turn to be processed. What does that mean? Wait, hello? Why is it not letting me click? What is this? I can't queue things during lockout? So yeah, there's just no way anybody wants this in 2026. And then I guess the argument here would be just release 2014 Granblue with 2026 2026 quality of life, and that's just unrealistic. There were no skill color squares below Ogi bar to show you when skills were off. That's the other thing, yes. Do you see these squares here? Those didn't exist. So the only way to know if a skill was off cooldown is you had to open the portrait and then scroll through all your characters. Chance it comes back? No. Imagine having to set up the Parabot again for PBHL farming. So I started the game when that was starting to die up, but it was still something that was done. No skill level. Oh my god, I forgot about skill anvil. You have to save fodder. Chat, remember when you had stash tabs of SR weapons that you had to save for fodder? And then you have to level things manually. We rolling with 4% skill rate up. Alright, old GBF veterans, did you ever try leveling things up when it was not 100%? Because I never did. I always only did 100%. I would never chance it on 92% or whatever. I did once and it failed. It was optimal to aim for like 60% when doing Opus. Yeah, no, I never chanced it. I was like, nah, fuck that. I've won 3 to 4% and lost 98%. I did horrible times. Leveling weapon skills, yep. You had to know this. You had to look it up every time. You guys should see the 2016 organized PBHL raids where 12 people had to be Holy Saber and shit. Yeah, K18 linked the Guild War betting tracker. You still had the page bookmarked. What am I looking at? So, you know how to level up the skill of a weapon? You might not know this. Those of you new to the game might not know this, but to level up the skill of a weapon, these days you just click the anvil and you say what level you want. How this works, do you see how it's taking SSR weapons, SR and R weapons? How this is working is that it's doing this behind the scenes. So to get an SSR weapon to level 2, then you need 2 SRs and 8 Rs. And from 2 to 3, then you need 4 SRs and 8 Rs. That's what's happening behind the scenes. That's what the anvil is doing for you. But this anvil was only introduced in like 2021 or something like that. So before, oh yeah, it's 2 SRs or that, sorry, my bad. So before that point, you had to do this shit manually. Which also meant, by the way, you see how I have 50,000 SR points? You had to just keep this shit in your stashes because these are weapons you have to keep for fodder for other weapons. And you would have to be like, all right, I want to level up the skill of this weapon. Therefore, I'm going to use this. And that gives me 100% skill up. See that? But pretend that's an SR. And then you would do that for 2 SRs. And then you would have to do this for 8 Rs or whatever the table says. Whatever this table said, that's what you would have to do for the skill level. Yes. And the thing is, right, you can only put 20 things here. 1, 2, 3, blah, 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 right? You can't go over 20. So if I put 20 things here, if I try to add another one, it's not going to let me. See that? But you can see here, some of these are like, hey, this requires like for opuses specifically, and some of these other things require more than 20, which is when you need skill level 2s and skill level 3s. So you would have to level up an SSR weapon to skill level 2 and get a couple of those, an SSR weapon to skill level 3, a couple of those, and then put that into your opus. So it's a multi-step process now as well. Yeah, you had to level other weapons to be able to fodder because of the 20 limit here. Yeah, Baja weapons, look at this. So, you see how like this level here It's saying SSR skill level 6 plus 15 SRs or this. It's saying 5. Wait, is that saying 5 SSR? I don't even know what this is trying to say anymore, but you get the point. Basically, you had to pre-level up other weapons to do more other, like different weapons and things like that. So yes, the anvil is a very, very, very relatively recent innovation in this, and it's made things so much easier. The anvil still does that, so if you only have SSRs, it can't skill level your weapon because it needs SRs to level those SSRs. Yep. Yep. I hope anyone who wants old GBF back enjoys waking up at 4 AM for the group's Angel Halo hour. I never lived through those times, and I'm glad. What Rezi's talking about, chat, is on your profile, you might have noticed that it says group letter something and then your ID. This group currently is a vestigial remnant, but it doesn't do anything these days. But in the past, what it meant is that depending on your group, it determined what time you're allowed to do Angel Halo. Think like, you know how Genshin, for example, on Mondays you're allowed to do certain skill mats, on Tuesdays you're allowed to do certain skill mats. Think that, but for Angel Halo. So if you were group B, you got to do it on this day at this time. Uncapped mat battles being based on the day of the week too. Yep. And yeah, back in the day, these were important quests too, as far as I know. He wants to group in co-op to EXP farm with me. I was told very early on to save skill jewels since the anvil does everything. Can I just reserve them all? Great question, actually. So technically speaking, the rare jewels, the brown ones, the purple brown ones. Let me just bring it up on screens just so we know exactly what we're talking about. So this one, skill shard. Where is it? Skill shard. These are always, these ones here, these ones are always okay to anvil. Feel free to anvil these. Skill jewels, technically, it is better to keep them separate if you want to level up your opuses, Baja weapons, like those types of weapons more efficiently. However, in my opinion, unless you want to fully min-max your resources with like skill levels and stuff, and you're really struggling on getting weapon skill levels, I think the headache is not worth it. Yeah, it's too much micromanagement in my opinion. So yeah, basically, yes, you can reserve them all. I personally reserve them all, but I haven't actually looked at how much more efficient it is to use these ones separately for those types of weapons I mentioned. But I also don't think I would bother. So yeah, for the skill jewels, that's my answer. Yeah, that I think what Omika said. I don't think it's worth the time. You would rather spend that time doing other things than micromanaging this. I've got a lot of gushes to reserve them. I haven't been struggling with skill points for a long time. Yeah. Yeah, for me these days, I just reserve all skill shards and skill jewels. Basically here on basic fruits. Let me bring up the relevant section. This is what I do. This is what I do. Normal weapons, reserve. Sierra shop, if you haven't done it, keep 1 copy, otherwise reserve. Reserve all of these or reduce these ones if I don't need them. Reduce if you don't need extra. Reserve. This says keep. We're probably just going to change this to reserve in the feature, but the keep was specifically because it is technically more efficient. And then reserve, reserve, reserve. And then this is premium weapons. Rs you can only reserve. Premium weapons from the gacha. So gacha SRs reduce. SSR gacha weapons keep those. R summons you can only reserve. And then SR gacha summons you reduce them or keep them if they're a bunkle. And then SSR summons you just keep. This is pretty much everything I do except this is now reserve. I look back at those times fondly, but would I go back? Absolutely not. Yeah. New players will still spend a couple months locked out of sandbox because of needing an invoker. That was total us. Stream's going to announce being able to auto-reserve the skill shards and jewels. Yes, that'd be nice. Hey, fresh server means you can get direct. Class points were extremely rare as even quartz was in serious consideration. How many bunkles is enough? Honestly, I haven't used a bunkle since like 2021. There's like no room for them, honestly. It's like, what are you actually cutting? Are you going to cut wedges? Probably not. For a bunkle. The bunkle would have to be very powerful in the context that you're using it in. And then like, secondly, like, in the past, there were teams that use like 3 bunkles to rotate between them. That ain't happening these days. Don't new players get locked out of Sandbox since the event isn't available in side stories? Sandbox is always available if you have Evoker. If you have an Evoker, sorry. Like, I could go into Sandbox right now, as an example. Like, yeah, Alcaram. Oh, Sandbox, yeah, I can go in. It's just if you don't have an Evoker, then yeah. Bro's disrespecting my Hexaclear. 3 songs forever. 3 Kaongs, yeah. I use Bunkle this year. Okay, to be fair, I also use Kaong in my Mugen FA, but anyways. I don't think you need a whole inventory of Bunkles. But that being said, if you don't need the quartz, may as well keep them. I think I still have a bunch of Bunkles just in my stash. Like, because there's no point in reducing them. Yeah. Bunch there. Bunch here. So yeah, like, there's just no point in reducing them, but hey, didn't your Mugen FA fail? Yeah, I need a consistent one. New server means you get defense order skin. Defense order skin was a collab with a dead game. Yeah. I think you mean Peridot. My Mugen FA starts failing sometimes when I remove Uno sub EMP to do Super Baja FA. Oh! That's what happened. I tested the water subby, and for that I think I turned it off. I lied. Never mind. There's probably ways to pay through Steam. Yeah. Just ring your Pringles, man. No, I don't think I will. No, thank you. I will not be doing that. Haters. Redzi, do you have a consistent Mugen full auto? I need one. When are you getting a consistent Diaspora full auto when I can be bothered to test? Yeah, but it's Uno solo. How slow is it? I mean, to be fair, I don't mind full potting because I don't use full pots for anything else. If it isn't on the wiki, oh yeah, I think we actually did have a Mugen solo one. Uno solo, sorry. Let me check. I think Vasky uploaded it a while ago. Yeah, see, this is the one I'm doing. And it works, it's just inconsistent for me. That's not Uno. That's not Uno. I think there is Uno solo. I thought we had one too. Wiki washed, yeah. Yeah, give me yours and then I can add it. Uno one's like blue chest. Oh. Is it this one? Yeah, there is an Uno solo, but it's for blue chest. But yeah, we can probably do a raid solo here as well. Probably. Give me the do you have Cajun's bookmarklet? If you have that, I can just add it to the wiki at some point. Cake playing symbols is adorable, yes. It is quite good. Best skin in the game, I think. Are we doing Hexa today? No. No, we're not. Because we're playing Pokopia. Where's my Switch? Pause. Let's play a bit before I have to go to work. By the way, chat, I'll be streaming the GB Fairs live stream tomorrow. We'll be streaming GB Fairs live stream tomorrow, but I won't be here at 9 AM DST. Just in case you guys are tuning out for Pokopia. Look. Get game. I think I'm gonna go play Sheep Counter instead. You don't want to watch Pokemon, Omikin? It's a good game though. It's very fun. Where is it? Where is it gone? It's 5 AM for me. I have to rest so I can work on Fuck Us Wiki. If you need anything, DM me. Security camera 1 has spotted. Hold up. Security camera. Wait, no. No, I can't check from here. Oh, there's so many Pokemon around. Hold up. Security cameras. Check. Oh! Celos. Hold up, hold up, hold up. There's a bunch. Inspect. Heracross. Single horn Pokemon. Wow. Very cool. Any other Pokemon here? God, if you guys missed it, by the way, this Drifloon yesterday was like, hey, can you bring me some kids? Because I want to take them on an adventure. So that was a little scary. Hello. Thank you for always being so nice. That's so funny. Yeah, it happened and we were like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was like human kids empower me. That's Drifloon's lawyer. If you know, you know. Whoa, somebody there. Hello. Something is weird going on. I would love this to be brighter. Okay. I have no lights on me because they're all over here. It takes kids and drifts off with them up forever. Is your game card digital or key card? It is digital because I went to go get a physical copy and they were out of stock. Oh wait, I need this to be a lamp. I forgot. I need a stick. Where's my sticks? How's that? Iffy. What? That didn't count? Oh, whatever. Can you find a kid? Currently, there's no humans in this world. For whatever reason, we don't know. What we do know is that we're in the future because we found logs of like mentioning like Koga, and it said Koga, a poison type leader of the distant past. So it said things like that. So lore-wise, we are in the distant future at some point. This place seems great. Hello. I need water. I'm all dried up. What the? Was that water gun? Did you do that? You saved me. Let's be friends. A strange purple liquid. The fluid is awfully sticky. You became friends with Shellos. How's your comfort level? I want a decoration. Do I have a decoration on hand? It says this is a decoration. Does that count? Would you like that? Maybe we have another decoration. No, don't. Yay, a mushroom lamp. Oh, you like that? Thank you. I like it a lot. Nice. Was there always a house here? Hold on. The inferior shell, so you like the other one better? I want to grab that, but I don't know how to get back up. Or I can just TP out, to be honest. Yeah, and we have this memorial thing here, but we don't really know who it's for. First aid kit. Wooden bed recipe. Team Rocket's Grunt Journal. I've decided to give this social media thing a whirl. Why? To bring new recruits. We may not be the heroes. To be completely honest, we're kind of the villains. But if you forget about all the rules and common sense, we live how we want to live, and I think that makes us pretty fun. Since we don't have the best reputation, I can't really give out our name. But it's kind of hard to talk about it, so let's go with Team R. Got it? Anyways, give me a yell if you're interested in being a member of Team R. Interesting. So this is an old Team Rocket member's house or someone who brought Team Rocket propaganda back. Alright, let's check out missions. Talk to the professor, investigate them. Oh, right. Yes, let's do that. That's where we stopped yesterday. We were at the mysterious machine and then we didn't do it. You wonder who Team R is, yeah. Get your camera. Photo op. What? Great photo op is happening nearby. What does that mean? What, this? Photo op snagged. You got the impact photo frame. Oh, that's cool. Add it to your highlight reel. That was an awful photo. Can I take it again? It should have been this side. I didn't know what was happening. We'll keep them. Alright, go. Go here. You can begin a stamp rally after receiving a stamp card. You can add a stamp card once per day. Every Friday, you can exchange the stamps for life coins. Collect as many stamps as you can get. I've got an Arcanine stamp. Get the honey. Challenge day. Check out sparkling ripples. Grow plants. Have a Pokemon with the grow specialty. We don't have that yet. These are today only things. Let's buy it then. Okay, let's put away some of these things. I forgot about this cast form. Yeah, it's cute. Should be placed on a flat wall. What? Right here. There we go. I saw is someone there. Hey. It's proof that you and me are BFFs. Thank you, Charmander. Race of a Pokemon. Tallgrass and Oddish. Okay. An Oddish. Let's make a habitat here then. Not what I wanted. Someone there. Hold up. Water Pokemon. Blastoise. What's got you running all over the place? Watering the tall grass. What a mighty fine thing to do. If I try watering all the plants, I'd like to wash all the hard work. I'm like to wash all the hard work you've done. Is there anything, if there's anything else I can help with, just let me know. Holy. Hydrated grass. That's gotta be rare. Amazing. How's your comfort level? I want a decoration. Okay. Does this count? Thank you kindly. I'll take a look. Did you take a look? Thanks a bushel. Alright, alright, alright. There's so many fucking noises going on. I don't know what's what. Yeah, that's it. Alright, alright. Alright, we need someone with grow now. Hydrated tall grass. You can get war total there as well. How's this area going?
Hello there, Ditto. Hello. Chat, am I the only one who finds Vespic Queen slightly creepy? Like the design? Oh, there's water up there. I see it. I see it. I see it. Wow. Vespic Queen, don't drown, please. Any Pokemon here? Nope. Alright, let's go to where the professor is. Anything I wanna... Oh yeah, let's... Let me just carry like some decorations. Just in case people want it. Yo, where am I? Hello, Magikarp. Wait, there's a fishing rod. And a thing. Hold up, Magikarp. It's my fishing fanatic big bro. How are you doing? I've been having a fun day fishing. By the way, have Pokemon started changing where they live? Recently I fished up Pokemon that I used to only see in different regions. Oh, okay. Set one up and patiently wait for a bite. Slowpoke. Okay. Alright. Let's set the fishing pole up right here. Okay. And let's make seaside grass. And then let's go say hello to you. A Magikarp, yo. Can't remember anything. Don't tell me you're Ditto. Hope we can be friends. Can teach us something awesome. Could make me a home. An ocean fishing spot. Oh, we need a seat. Okay, sure. Alright. We can make a seat. Thanks so much. Teach you one of my best moves. You gotta watch close. It's gonna be Splash, isn't it? It's gonna be fucking Splash. Hopping up on short ledges. It's pretty much only good for short ledges. Don't go teaching other Pokemon. You learned how to jump. That's so funny that you learned that from Magikarp. Oh my god. Time to get chatty. Try talking to Bulbasaur. Alright, let's do this first. I think instead of climbing up, you can I need this to wish there was a better way to do this. Mysterious slate. Oh, you can jump up here as well. Cool. I'm a fossil. Fossils? Exhibition stand. Huh. Okay. Oh, I wonder if the jump means I can do this now. Hold on, ready? Jump. 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 Hello? Oh. The fence. It's so funny. Alright, that's not working. Wooden bench. Security 1. I'm glad it notifies you. Who are we spying on? Up there. Right there. Tell us go. Who is it? So we have to go back there later. Should I still need to talk to the professor? I'm not getting sidetracked, I swear. Beams. Oh, this looks mechanical. Cool. Oh, this looks like something we have to do. Hold on. Interesting. Okay, okay. Hello, what is this? Testing, testing. Is this a recording? The box spoke. Welcome to our hideout. You look like a real hero. But wait, whoever hears this might not be a guy. Forget that last part. You have honest looking eyes. We're in the business of Pokemon. I mean, we're an organization that works hard to improve. Is this Rocket? We're fun, we're independent. We call it Team Initiation Challenge. 5 leper berries. Am I enjoying it? Yeah, I am. Okay. Very inclusive of them, yeah. Couldn't make heads or tails, but it sounded like a human voice. Checking on this building once in a while. Okay. Important request underway. Do the team initiation challenge? Okay. Well, we have the berries. Oh yeah, we got to ask about the onyx. Yeah. Let's discuss with the others. Okay. Testing, testing. Cleared part 1. You'll zoom up the ranks. Here's a fabulous gift. A badge? Boulder badge? Beans, tomatoes, wheat. Oh shit. Okay, got that. Beans, tomato, wheat. The water didn't do anything. I was expecting the water there to do something. Interesting, though. Farming time? Yeah, we gotta set up some agriculture. Our Magikarp's just sleeping. We won't wake him. We gotta get the new Pokemon in the zone. I'm not gonna hit it. What the fuck? You know, I sort of want a bed up there so I can TP up there. Hey, did you know? You know how to play jump rope? Okay. If you ever want to play jump rope, just tell me, sure. Let's play jump rope. Holy Blastoise, yeah, we got Blastoise earlier. Oh my god. What? Go again. Want to play again? No, no, why is let's stop for now default? Get back here. What button is it? Is it not A? What button? Is it R? Yeah, okay, it is the jump button. Okay. All right. I was testing. That one I was testing. All right. Ready? Now it's the real one. Tangrowth was distracting me. You jumped 3 times. Way to go. New personal record. Hey, how come 0 wasn't the personal record? Alright. What? No. No, 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 no. No, no. No, 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 no. Tangrowth's just watching this. He's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What? Where did she come from? He's successfully jumped 10 times. Here's a present. Oh, what is that? Copper ore, interesting. I wonder what all the rewards are. Go again. All right. You think if I nap for a few hours, he'll be done? Yo, look, everybody's watching. I don't know. What? Bulbasaur, what the fuck? $50. Wow, that's the most you've ever managed to jump. Want to play again? Let's stop for now. 50 is a good number. It's so funny that everybody comes to watch. Got a minute, yes? What's up? I never get bored with you. I want to give you something. Oh. 3 bags of bean seeds. Alright, what does the Pidgey want? Pidgey, get over here. I saw Magikarp wander right into a rock because they were so sleepy. I mean, this is most of our Pokemon. I think it's only like a couple. We need to rescue Onix. Everyone gather around here. What's up, Professor? Drifloon's not paying attention. Seems Onix is trapped in a cave. You can try spraying with some water. Make it squishy and soft. Then why don't we wait for it to rain? Rain, you say? Doesn't really rain. What do you mean no rain? We need rain. Let's make it rain. How can we make it rain? Rain dance? We need a Slowpoke. Okay. Yep. We built one already. Okay, so next step is to get a Slowpoke. Let's deposit some of these things. We've got a couple of these mysterious slates. Look at that. Interesting. Bouldery badge. Wait, no, I'm going to keep that on me. That might be important. Actually, I'm going to keep these on me as well. I have another security camera that we can put down somewhere. Let's check our missions. Find Slowpoke, grow some beans. The beans over there. They're still growing, I think. Yeah, Droba's sleeping. Put your camera. Where? Who? Is it the Charmander? You can't use the camera right now. It is. Look at it. Toasty warm by the campfire. Fire spin. This is cute. Alright. Now, since this is a story thing, I'm sort of expecting this to not take too long. Oh, look at that.
Hello, Slowpoke. Dot 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 dot. Do I know you? Oh, are we friends? It's nice to meet you. It's incredibly slow and dopey. It takes 5 seconds for it to feel pain when under attack. Invent a recipe. Stone tiling. Oh, hey there. What's up? Come with me. I have the power to make it rain? Cool. The ground's really bumpy, it's hard to walk. I'm gonna get tired before we even make it to the professor. Wooden steps are nice. Clear off the path and make it easier to walk on, it'll be great. You make the paths nicer, such as by smoothing of cracked ground or placing steps on hills, you can encourage Pokemon to travel further from their homes. When Pokemon go for a walk, they can visit buildings such as Pokemon centers or other Pokemon's homes. Okay, so the request here is what exactly? Fix up the road to the Pokemon center by moistening the ground, placing steps, or doing whatever comes to mind. Is it time to go yet? Hey, watch it. Does he need a step from down there? We need lumber. Grab that because someone need it. Lumber. There we go. Time to get back to work by June. Lumber. Thanks atop a support column. Okay. Well, you can put some food inside. Cool. Okay, so none of that is dry. Okay, now we just need these planks, right? Oh wait, we also need to... Yo, nice. Want something to relax.
sorry, I don't got one. I don't think I can make a wooden path yet. Yeah, no wooden path. Okay, let's just make the stairs first. So those stairs are fine. Those are fine. I guess we need to make this all... Can Blastoise do this if I call him? Wonder. I wonder if it matters that this area is not. Hopefully that's enough. Okay, so that's all done there. Two jars of honey. Running out of food. Okay, so this path is now done, as far as I can tell. Unless we need those wood planks. Which I actually don't know how to make. Okay. Let's go up here. Because there was the Pokemon up here, right? Let's put a staircase here. can only put it up there. Weird. Okay. Paris. 4 hedges, 4 wildflowers. Maybe because of the lumber. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Wait, wasn't there a Pokemon here? Did I dream that, chat? Oh. Not anymore? What? Okay, alright. How's this going? Just come let me know when you're done. Oh, we have to actually go back. Ran away, I took too long. Oh, Parasect. Okay. We need the hedges for that. Oh, there's 2 there. Alright, let's go get the Slowpoke. What? How come? Why now? I'm coming. I need a shortcut over here somehow. Ah. Hello, Paris. And do you have Gru? Even though I just ate. So hungry. There is under the ground. Let's search. I want something to relax in. Okay, we're gonna make a couple beds just to pop down in places. Seaside tall grass. So same habitat as Slowpoke. And grab you Slowbro as well. Alright, hello you. Where is? Better go check it out then. Yo, Ditto. 3 stones, thanks. What the? We need bigger thing. He's so slow. Right, we're gonna go over here and wait. He's doing well. Let's go check on the right side. Let's make some beds as well. We need leaves. Oh fuck, I deposited all of them. Why did I put this over here? Put the fossil in for now. This is Leaf 2. This is small Pokemon. And this is for big Pokemon, but it uses lumber. Two of these. One of these. Slowpoke's coming. It's almost there. You were the one who wanted the bed, right? Wait, wobbly stuff? This ain't wobbly. We'll look for some wobbly things. I made it. Slowpoke, sorry, did it. The rain falls when a slowpoke yawns. Will you please yawn for us? Not really sleepy right now. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Yawn. It's not raining. And you're almost 70 points. That wasn't a serious yawn. Are you just making stuff up? There was a little bit more humidity. Yawn up a storm. Why don't you start by spraying some water around the area? The town's humidity can fluctuate. What? Looks like you've sprayed some water. me a yawn. 71 points. You look to your fellow Pokemon. Alright, where's Blastoise? Surely Blastoise can help with the humidity. Follow me. I got an idea. I used to play in a big field of flowers. Look like this. 8 flowers. Okay. I can make them grow instantly. Okay, sure, Bulbasaur. Don't I have flower seeds? Yeah, I do. Okay, so we just need 8 flowers somewhere. Where's a good spot? Right here. What the hell? He's OP. Really big flower field. Wait, did that not count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I not do it? Oh, there we go. Thank you, Ditto. Okay, I was hoping Blastoise would be able to, you know. Just sort of spray water everywhere, but it looks like that's not happening. Keep up the good work. Try talking the bulbs, so wait. Thought of another place, another way. There was a really big forest. Did you already grant my wish? Leper seeds. Okay, Bulbasaur, come with me. Follow me. Because I need you to grow some beans for me. Wow. Whoa, awesome. Are these not beans? What are these? Or are they not done yet? Wooden side. No, I didn't want to grab this side. What the hell?
I don't want to scythe cut this because I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, that didn't seem to do anything. I guess they're still growing then? Let's go. Horsey fountain, yeah? You put a fountain in the pool of water that collects below a string. It will gush water and make the surrounding area more humid. You completed it. $71. It's still 71? What do you mean? We're gonna talk to Squirtle. Oh, where's Squirtle? Got an idea. Hydrated tall grass. Wait, we have that though. You made it for me already. I did. Hey, Ditto. Okay, Heracross. Do you have any small logs? I could turn them into lumber. Oh, okay, okay. So it does the same thing as Scyther. Oh, you have another one. Blastoise, don't do it. Okay, I thought it was going to knock it over. Let's help them move, okay? Have them follow you and then talk to them when they're next to a vacant habitat, okay? Follow me. Want to move in here? Yeah, it is. Okay. Slay the Spire 2 is out. Oh, is it? Nice. Have any of you guys checked it out? I'm sort of drowsy. It's early access. Oh, Squirtle needs another thing. Okay, what is it? I could throw a rain dance. Rain dance party. Sure. A plate and food. Like what? Okay. Rain. Oh my god, okay. Cast form 2 and food. Okay, plated food. Okay, we have one cast form. What was that sound? Speaking of early access, Patapon is fully releasing July 16. Plates, I
think I should have plates somewhere. There we go, there's a plate. I'm hearing a sound. Did he say where? No, we didn't. Where should we do it? This looks okay. Oh wait, these need a wall, I forgot. Rain dance. Probably do this. Okay, good enough. Squirtle, where are you? Follow me. Pokopia looks so cute and chill, yeah. What, you just ate it? Mean that? You weren't gonna get a Switch 2, but this game might be the one you need. Well, now that you mention it. Yawn. It's a full 100 point yawn. Oh. Wow, we got rain chat. Yay, it's raining. Who turned off the rain? Oh. Hey, Slowpoke, can you yawn again? Sure, of course. Yawn. 2 points. What is that sound? Came from the ocean. Gyarados? Am I liking it? I'm enjoying it, yeah. Oh! What the fuck? could that be? So you could whip up something to walk on to reach that Pokemon, right? You go talk to that Pokemon on our behalf. What the hell? Not wasn't what I was expecting at all. I'm out. 1, 2, okay, just one more. Well, ain't you an odd one? You a human or a Pokemon? I'm a Pokemon. Poshua, you got real guts coming this close to me too. Anyways, you need me for something. What's that? You say it won't rain? Oh, Humans were making a real fuss, you see, so I headed down to the quiet ocean floor and for a good long nap. I suppose that made it stop raining up here, huh? Sure am sorry about that. Wait a minute. I only woke up because I felt rain splashing on the surface. Did you all do something to make it rain? You had a rain dance party. I see. I didn't know there were others who could call the rain like me. You sure are an interesting bunch. That settles it. Starting today, you can consider me your friend. I was not expecting Kyogre. It's said to have widened the seas by causing downpours. It had been asleep in a marine trench. Kyogre the Sea Basin Pokemon has been registered. How about I get a little rain falling for my new friends? Let's see here. I think I'm gonna go take another nap. Sure hope I can see you again sometime, ditto. Yay, so much rain. It's pouring. Seeing that rain cleared up my doubt. That was the legendary Pokemon Kyogre, right? You're a Sapphire main. Bringing rain to this parched land of ours would be a simple task for the likes of Kyogre. Wait, does that mean my rain dance party and my epic yawn, all our hard work meant nothing? No, it doesn't mean that. Yes, of course, that small amount of rain we got earlier is what woke Kyogre up. All your hard work wasn't for nothing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Did you do anything? Yeah, I worked up I worked up a sweat cheering all of you on. Go check on the Onyx before it stops raining. It's interesting that the rain doesn't actually water like areas like this. Okay. Where was the Onyx? I forgot. Right, it's all the way up there. Hey guys, let me go through. Alright, I'm gonna live here. What? What? Gumi? Some of the tiles are changing. Oh yeah, I see it. Thanks for using water gun. Rain dance site. Look at that. We became friends with Gumi. Have fun, Gumi. One of my favorites. Yeah, some of the tiles are changing. I see it, I see it. It's just not all at once. I see. Onyx, I'm coming. Getting some crazy rain. Sure is, bud. Bust up the ball. I can finally get out of here. I'll never forget what you've done for me. Thank Tangrowth. Can you get out now, Onyx? Squishy clay. Small vase. Oh. Alright, well we did that. Do you follow me now? Okay, let's just go back to Tangrowth. Photo number 1. Oh, cute. Like chat, enjoy Pokopia, bye. Look at all these carrots. Did you rescue Onyx? I did. Important request complete. Yawn up a storm. Alright, let's see. I really like that the demo for DQ. I hope the devs can continue to make this type of game, yeah. Me so cute. Got a minute, yeah? Houses rule. I'm gonna catch a cold if my tail gets wet. Can you build a leaf den for me? Yeah, sure I can. Let me go grab one. Okay, and now we need to bring... Where's timber? I want a decoration. What sort of decoration?
Also, I like Gumi. Follow me. Gumi, I'm kidnapping you. Wanna move in here? Yeah. There we go. Oh, there you are. Yeah. I need you to build this. My bestie. I think I could have just done that. I don't think I needed to do that. 2:56. Yeah, these are 15 minutes. Alright, Charmander, you're getting your home. Meanwhile, we need this onyx. House hunting, we're doing that. Time to get chatty. Talk to Onyx. I wonder how often you can call Kyogre. I need more stairs. Maybe Onyx won't come because we don't have stairs as well. I wonder if the stairs up count as well. Hello, Onyx. I like a place that's a little drier. What is that? Dry, tall grass and smooth rock. Okay, we actually have smooth. But dry grass? I
don't know how to use this. Oh, there we go. Needed 4, right? Yeah, 4. And then we need the smooth rock. There we go. Okay, so 4 of these. You're the best. Time to get chatty. Follow me. Onyx. Lumber. We actually have a lot of them. How's the game so far? I'm enjoying it. Come back and this guy's trashed someone else out. No, this has always been like this. Heracross and Scyther. Hold up. That wasn't me, I swear. Heracross, where's Scyther? There's Scyther. Scyther, come with me. All of those. Stones and leaves. need Bellsprout, Hitmon. Oh my god, there's so many. I wish I could just call them here. Combee, Charmander, Bulbasaur, Bellsprout. Combee, Charmander, Bellsprout. Yeah. Paris, Combee. There's Paris. And Combee's over here. Start rebuilding. It'll be done tomorrow. Nightfall says boom, boom, boom. Five big boom. It's interesting that they have the real-time mechanics like Animal Crossing. I don't know how to feel about it yet. Raising environment level. Okay. Raise the comfort levels. Make lots of different types of home. Displays what's in your bag at all times without having to open it. So handy. Sounds good. Let's buy the recipes. Wearing these allows you to peek into someone's cloud island. You need more lumber and things, I think. Let's put... Wait, Scyther and Heracross are both there, I think. Okay, never mind. Butterfly's just sleeping. It's a sort of mysterious area. What is this? Hello? Cast form weather charms. Oh. Get some here as well. So you don't have to go to the Dream Island. Got it, got it. Leaf Den has been built. Charmander wanted that, but Charmander's busy working. I was unsure of the cuteness, but it's growing on you. I like it. Ta-da! We'll put a bed in here for Charmander. Too small for Charmander, maybe. This game has so much more charm than you expected it to have. We'll put some furniture for Charmander. Bench with friends. And then a here's a table. There we go. Things are looking good. Alright. We will stop here for now, chat. I have to go to work. Fun session. Raise the environment level to 5. House hunting and grow some beans. Gather vegetables. Right, we need tomatoes, which we don't have yet. Those beans done. I thought I planted beans here, right? Might get the game now, it's okay, it's really fun. Okay, I don't understand this. They look done, but... Alright, I'm just gonna scythe at this. Ah, okay, that didn't work. Okay, you cannot scythe it. Can I rototiller them? What is it? A bloom... Oh! No, plant it. Okay, they're not done. I got it. I thought they were done. They're not done. Got it. Alright. Save and quit. Chat, we will be back tomorrow for anniversary stream. I think we'll probably play a bit of Pokopia before. We'll see. We'll figure it out tomorrow. But either way, I'm not here at 9 AM JST because I'm working, but I'll be back tomorrow afternoon for some GBF, maybe some Pokopia before the anniversary stream. So thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Thanks for hanging out.